But anyways, let's get started, shall we? Oh, also we start at level 1. Progressive. Low. Oh, the starting items are actually randomized. What the heck is that? Lacerating crossed tree? I don't think I've ever seen this before. Oh, is that a DLC, Talisman? It's been a while. Oh wait, where's my YouTube chat? Oh, there it is. Also, it frickin' snowed yesterday, chat. Hold on, I gotta open my window. It's a little hot in here. All right. Yes, this is the infamous French challenge. What do you think is the best choice here, chat? I'm thinking Ruin Arc or Golden Rune. I guess. Telescope. Branch Sword is basically a blue tier stone ring. Alright. Let's do it.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Always gotta watch the intro. Too much of a banger.
Elden ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
Oh yeah, I finished the first 2 episodes of Pluribus last night, chat.
Offspring, demigods,
I'm digging it so far. It's really weird.
Claimed the shards.
I'm good though.
Of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose. A war leading to abandonment by the great.
Well, I played Dispatch. I don't know. Larksa said she liked it. I'm not sure.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all. Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, ever brilliant.
Is the game too loud? I feel like maybe it's a little loud.
Fear, the deathbed companion. The loathsome dung eater. And Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Yeah, I was watching Welcome to Derry.
And one other, whom grace would again bless.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it.
A tarnished of no renown.
Also, I'm not sure if I set up the... I don't know if I set up the Elden Ring overlay properly here.
Across the fog, to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
Actually, no. No, I think it's fine. Never mind. Alright, chat. We're back, baby. This probably is not gonna go very well. We're probably just gonna be resetting all day. Because I'm washed up at this game. The content drought? No, not really. I haven't played it. Oh my god, I almost just died. Do I have to kill this first boss? Oh my god. Wait, no? What is... Well, I mean, like, I know that I don't, but, like, for the challenge, do you have to? No? Okay. Wait, the Skellies didn't aggro. I mean, I could technically still kill him, no? Like, I'm allowed to kill him, right? Dude, how do you, like... Ugh. It's a different region? Die! Alright, fine, I won't kill it then. That's stupid. Who cares? Don't jump. Oh, who cares? Who cares, man? It's the... Who cares? It's the same difference, no? I'm not resetting. I don't care. You know, invalidate me. Invalidate me, man. Now your souls are in there? But I didn't have any souls. Alright, fine. You guys... Alright, fine. 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 I'll freaking reset. I'm not resetting the seed, though. Oh no, now I don't have the skin. My boss overlay seems broken. I don't think it's broken. Now we have pre-seed intel. Yeah, the pre-seed of... We have literally no we have no info. We have no info. Okay, hold on. I wanna get my character skin. I know, I have the document with the rules, man. I don't know why it makes a difference whether you jump off the ledge or not, though. I mean, I guess, like, I understand because you die in one and the other one you don't. But it's not like you actually start with any runes anyways. You know, it's weird that if you die with 0 runes, you still leave your bloodstain. Like, why is that even a thing? You know, I never really thought about that. But why do they even make you drop one when you die with nothing? It's your soul, but it has nothing. All right. Kill me. Based on DS1 in which had humanity. Yeah, that's probably true. For multiplayer bloodstains. Yeah, but that's different though. A bloodstain is different than like the multiplayer ones. All right. The boss overlay, I think... Wait, I don't know. Is it supposed to say 0 out of 0? I downloaded something for the overlay, but I'm not sure. Rick? I don't really want to fight Rick, though. I want to go to frickin' Melina. Well, okay, wait, hold on. Because I downloaded a file. Hardlock use what you get .json. Do I put that? Okay, maybe now? Shoot. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna reset the game. Dude, why does Elden Ring, it's so annoying how long Elden Ring hangs in the background. Gosh, close, please. Why are you still running? Like, you close the game and it just gets stuck for like a minute. Yeah, I know, you have to use chat. I know I can close it with Task Manager, okay? I've been on a computer for my entire freaking life! Alright, hold on. Oh, it still says 0 out of 0. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta figure this out. Give me a sec. Config data overlays. Oh, wait, do I put it in? I don't know how to install this thing. Oh, wait, maybe I should read the README. Let's... Oh, modify ionize inside configs folder. Maybe I should use the mod loader. Oh wait, I think I know where it goes. Hold on. Although... Okay, hold on. I gotta restart the game one final time, and then I think we're good. All right. Should work now. There we go. Although I guess I probably should have adjusted. I need the overlay to be on like the left side of the screen or something, because the camera and everything else is kind of in the way. Hold on, my camera's actually. There we go. Yeah, we are region locked. I mean, to be honest, I don't really know what's even different about this challenge. Like, it's not like all bosses, randomizer, region lock, deathless is not anything new. But maybe this randomizer, I guess because it's a randomizer or something, or...
Goodbye. What?
I mean, I started a run like this, and I got like 80 bosses in, but then I got... Well, actually, was it No, it was a randomizer. I did like literally this run, I'm pretty sure. But then I got kind of bored with it. But I guess it was I did use what you get and not use what you see. But at the same time, like, how does this... How does this How does this challenge work in regards to, like, if there's a merchant and you check his inventory, are you just required to buy everything that you possibly can because you saw it? Because then what prevents you from just... What prevent you... Oh, you're not allowed... Oh, okay, you can't use merchants' weapons. I did read the fucking document, okay? But I can't remember, and you guys have been watching other streamers play it, so obviously it's easier for me to just ask you than to read the fucking 15 paragraphs. Alright. Maybe I shouldn't be swearing so much. You're not allowed to buy anything that's auto-equipped. Okay, well, I see.
They serve but you. I can play turning wood to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it summoned me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent.
Am I interested in playing the Stalker Gamma mod? Not really. Okay. Well, I mean, we can use the weapon. Dude, we actually got like a really good starting weapon. I'm just gonna go all health. I mean, this thing has blood loss. It has frickin' blood boon. This thing is kind of crazy. Also, it's a randomizer, so... The thing is, I'm not sure... I didn't actually look at the randomizer settings themselves. Like, I'm not sure if, Oh, it's nice that we have the whole map unlocked as well. Webcam from the year 2000. Hey, this is my webcam, alright, man? Oh, there's a perfumer there. Actually, wait, no, that's not a perfumer. Check Discord. Okay. Now you're scaring me. No, I'm just kidding. Hold on. He's reading for a change. I think we just got fired. No, it's fine. Hold on. Let me turn off the cam so I'm not just staring at the screen while I type. All right, one sec. Sorry, there's some technical issues. I don't know if flow is working, chat, right now. I don't know if flow is gonna appear when I kill a boss. Okay. Well, apparently we're having some tech issues, chat, so the stream might potentially go down for a minute. But if it does, we'll be back shortly. Hey, Monkey D. Luffy, thank you for the 2 months. Sorry, one sec, chat. We'll be back. We'll be back to normal shortly. Stand by, chat. Hold your horsies. All right. Well, the stream might go down, chat, but if it does, we'll be back. Just trying to make sure everything works on like the technical side of things with the stream pop-ups. I want to try to go kill a boss. Can we say how to balk? And I don't even know how to like go about, like, what is the most efficient routing for this anyways? Like, do I just go... This is the only thing that I kind of dislike about Randomizer is how much... I'm guessing the other streamers who are doing this challenge are just like running around and collecting all the graves first and getting OP and then like fighting stuff. Can't go Margit. Wait, why not? Oh, wait, is Stormvale Castle its own region? I don't want to run up the giant ramp. Wait, so do I have to find the Great Runes? You know, I probably should have, like, taken a look at... Oh my god, there's... What the... You can break these, though. Ooh, that's a good grease, actually. Wait, I can't grease this weapon, can I? Or maybe I just... No, I can't. Dang it. The ant's kind of scary. Ooh, Hoslow's whip. Come on, give me some juice. So, is there scaling on this randomizer? Like, are these enemies gonna one-shot me, or am I actually okay? Oh. Oh, I thought that was the one that gives jump attack damage. And there's a where's the chair? I want to loot the chair. Yes, this is the infamous French challenge. Oh wait, no, it does give jump attacks. Wait, does it not say it on the armor itself, or am I just blind? Oh, it does. It enhances jumping attacks. I thought it would have like its own line of text. Alright.
Everyone only to have that. Did you know? It's quite a lot. You're heading to enticed. Well, that, but I don't have. It's scared. I want to. I'm nothing.
I'm nothing.
And it'll be glad you were willing.
A note.
Me a Chris.
All right. Wait a sec. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, you guys can see the runes like perfectly. Okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure the runes weren't like blocked off by the logo. Perfectly placed. Holy. I might just go try to fight a boss, chat. I don't like playing looting simulator. I want to fight something. But maybe fighting this one isn't a good idea. Yeah, I know you're allowed to go to the Liurnia merchant, and you can go to the... What do you mean you can't? Oh, right. I can't fight. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. All right. All right, we're gonna go fight. We'll go do this cave. Don't you need to look stuff for key items? I don't know. Do I need to loot every item in the game? Are the key items tied to bosses? I don't know how it works. Can I make the boss counter bigger? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I know you need to pick up the items. Like, I understand that, but... we got pants. Oh, my weapon. Well, at least I actually have the stats to use this thing. Sword of Night. Oh. Through the wall, man. Not really that big of a fan of this. They really don't do that much damage, though. I'm like scared, but it's not that dangerous, actually. Holy. All right, relax. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Am I allowed to grace out of a fight? Well, I did it. All right, hold on. Let me get an extra flask. No weapons have requirements. Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. I can see that. Oh, the R2 is so good. I think we want to fight this guy. The other guy is so, like, passive. Woo! Alright, well, that was a bit easier that time. Oh, golden seed. Yo, look at that. The KO works. We're in business, baby. Yo. All right. You know, this DLC weapon is too broken. L2 plus R2 is a nice combo. Yeah, this weapon's kind of sick, actually. Oh, no. Woo! It uses like image recognition software, and it looks for like the enemy slain text. And charge the L2? Really? Oh. Oh, wow. Well, probably not going to have this weapon for much longer, but... Is there a weapon you dread getting? Well, the thing is, if you get a bad weapon, you just run around and loot more stuff until you get a good weapon again. Well, there goes our sword. You know, I was thinking surely that one item is not gonna frickin' give me a... Hey, Inix, thank you for the 63 months.
Names burn. Let me ask, are you here? Does your fate, despite takes me back? Any interest? All I know now's the time. Not well. There's a memento to find. That's how it grants. Not float.
I'm not allowed to buy weapons, but I could get the golden foul foot.
Well.
I have played this game so much, and I still don't understand how these stupid bell-bearing hunters work. Yo, Gray Forever, thank you for the Prime sub. Just spawn. Why are you not spawning? Seriously, like, I don't get it.
Well.
There's nothing more to talk about. Oh my god. That scared me. You know, thought I would be cool and do a weapon art, but it's fine. I won't do it. Oh yeah. Plus 1500. Wait, what else did I get? Kindred of Rot's Exaltation. Oh right, it auto-equips that too. Nice. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I'm not gonna do that yet. I mean, she's scaled down, right? So it's probably not that bad, but do weapons in this randomizer auto upgrade to your current level? Is that setting on? Okay. Then we should probably upgrade this thing.
This way, tarnished. May I have a word? I am the word. I'd heard and upon look the talk thou art possessed call forth. I was entrusted by torrents. 'Tis about summon them the spirits. Now it is that.
Thank you.
Mine intrusion tarnished.
Wait. What? Does it take less to upgrade in this as well?
Wait, well, you're back.
Is it fine if I sell the old weapons?
Goodbye.
Yeah. All right, +3. Well, that's good. So now everything we find will be +3. Maybe let's go down to the coastal cave. What is the statue in the background? That's Pontiff. That's my boy Pontiff. One large glintstone scrap. It's okay, Nico. I've been streaming long enough. I've come to learn that there's always going to be somebody hating on you. That's just life, man. I need to get the frickin' hand lantern. I'm glad I got a haircut. I was getting so sick of having long hair, honestly. That is the most broken attack ever. Honestly, dude. No. 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 Nah. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll be back later. That attack is actually so busted. It's ridiculous. All right. Yes, this is the French challenge, yes. Also, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. Use your Name Your Price tool. Use the Name Your Price tool to find coverage options that work for you. You can learn more at progressive.com, chat. You can also click the panel below the stream. It's French challenge, why English? Because I don't know French.
Oi!
Oi.
You there?
7 smithing
Help us
4s.
out, Cully. Some clock. You were just. Thank you. I was pushed and I ended up. Oh, when they. And so this is all I hope.
Alright. Oh! Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no, no, no. That is the most dangerous enemy in the entire game right there. This is fine. This is such a bad charger too. It's crazy. Boom.
Tarnished, are we? I wonder you
Dang, Selen.
I am Selen, a sorcerer, quite plainly. Why are you here? I dare say you're... Oh well, but one must... I was ex as a revive. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate...
Sleep pod is here. I was gonna say, I feel like it's so cheap to level up but it's because I started as level 1. I feel like I should just pump health, especially because weapons don't even have stat requirements, so like... Yeah. I guess we can go do the Everjail. Endurance. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Endurance is important because of the auto-equip. You don't get weapon scaling if you don't meet the requirements. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. The randomizer makes it so no weapons have requirements. Dang. There's a lot of damage, surprisingly. I want to backstab him. Am I binded to the Souls games? Not quite. Have I picked up everything in the game in one run before? I don't think so. KO. Alright. Go up. Oh yeah, so I'm not allowed to go to Weeping, so we need to go... I guess we can go back to the lake now? Now, Chad, I find it so weird how some of you guys are so offended by an image popping up on your screen for 5 seconds. Like, who hurt you? Hey, Dragoon Storm, thank you for the 67 months. Wait, there's a dragon as well, or? Dude, why do you... This is like Night Rain lock on all, but why are you locking onto the dragon? Also, how have I not posture broken this guy yet? What? Why are you locking on? Oh god. Oh no. Well, this is great. That was lucky. That was all skill, baby. All right. I saw that thing coming and I frickin' pulled out Torrent. All right. All skill. All right. Let's go to the Let's go to the catacombs. that's big money. This guy still drops an item, right? Great dragonfly head. What are the enemies looking like down there? Oh, there's a bird. That's kind of scary. This weapon is garbage. It's good if you have Oh, wow. Spear of the Impaler. You got Mesmer's spear. Yeah, spinning strikes makes it pretty good. I actually don't really like Mesmer's spear that much. Like, the problem is its R2 is super mediocre. What's up, Blinks? What is the R2? It's like throwing the spear. But the thing is, because it's a ranged attack, they made it do like no damage. Can you upgrade it right now? I don't think I have a Somber 2, no. Sadly. If I had a Somber 2, then I could get to +3, which would be really nice, because then that upgrades my smithing weapons. Oh! It's the giant rolling moose. Or moose. Deer. Ram, whatever, animal. You know what I mean. Ugh. And light him on fire. Aha, he's stuck. It sucks that you can only light them on fire once. Unless, does it just have a cooldown, or is it just one time? I wonder if you like frostbite them, does that reset the flame cooldown? Probably not. Be kind of interesting though. Isn't this where the... Oh wait, no, this is just where the Uchi Katana is. Guys, I'm slightly concerned about this. I wanted to loot that item, but I couldn't. Okay, hold on. I tried to pick it up, man. But I'm not gonna run back in and suicide just to get it. Did I go to the graveyards? I went to one of them. Dude, my game's at 47 FPS. Wait, what's going on? This charge R2 is so bad. I don't know. I don't know why it's lagging like that. That's concerning though. Oh yeah, maybe ray tracing is on. Oh my gosh, this is really annoying. That's so funny. I knew she was gonna do that. I could just feel it. Feel it in my bones. Crimson bubble tier. Hold on, let me check. Is the... No, ray tracing is off. I don't know. It must be an issue with the rando, I guess. Unless my PC is somehow having issues, but... Alright. Let's go to the High Road Cave. Yeah, so Mr. Khalid, thank you for the 33 months. And Prowls, thank you for the 10 months. Thank you, man. Oh wait, we have a golden rune 9. I really don't want to get stuck like being fat. I do kind of want to go get the hand lantern as well though. fire good against these slugs? Plus 16 runes. Wow, I'm rich. Hey, we got a hat. Any promising Souls likes coming soon? Oh, is this is this? No, this one doesn't give faith. Yeah, I would really like to get the hand lantern, actually. Are you guys excited for Dustblood's chat? I'm like, I don't know. Oh, jeez. Oh, that's scary, actually. Dude, I actually really don't like this. Hold on, I'm gonna go back in this room. It's hard to see. I feel like this guy is gonna push me off the ledge. Can I make him fall? There we go. Man. Are you... I wanted to loot that item, but then I fell. Whatever. Oh. We can get +6. Oh no. Wait, we have Sleep Priest. I really wish that their bodies would like block the projectiles. How have I not slapped you yet, dude? I gotta get out of here. This sucks. I mean, how did they like? How did I not proc a sleep? I got at least like 10 hits on that guy. Hmm. All right, you know what? Hold on. We'll be back shortly. Teleporting out not count as a loss. No. That would be kind of stupid, don't you think? Hey, Matrix Star, thank you for the 22 months.
Wait, well, you're back. Goodbye.
Oh, right, I need to go... Need to go to the third church. Beastman's Cleaver. Second, where is this spirit spring? Well, 5 bosses down. We're certainly not making the greatest pace, but you know, we're getting there. There's an item in the pond over here. How many bosses am I dodging? I haven't really dodged any of them. This fog in my room? I don't know. You know what? Wait, hold on. What? One sec. My camera might just... I might need to just wipe it off, actually. It might just be, like... dirty. Like, dusty or something. I don't know. Oh, no. Shoot. Now I'm fat. All right, let's see. Is it better? Is the fog gone? Kind of liked my foggy camera. All right, so I am allowed to go here so I can go to the round table.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering plate. Very, let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
All right, hold on, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Be right back. All right, I'm back. You know what, Gently Gooning, you can just leave the stream. I don't even know why you're comparing me against Moist. Moist Critical probably makes what I make in 1 day. Or it probably makes what I make in a year in 1 day. That dude is... Bro is loaded. Alright, anyways, let's go... Oh wait, let me turn my cam back on. Let's go to Murkwater. Or actually... Dude, Charlie can just talk about like what he ate for dinner and his YouTube video will get like 2 million views. Oh wait, I need to upgrade my weapon. Hold on. Yo, what's up, Salad?
You're no matter loud, you're...
So expensive. All right, +6. Nice. Yeah, no, that guy's definitely just trolling. I don't know why I even gave him any attention, but sorry, that message just kind of triggered me. All right. Are you allowed to upgrade the cheaper weapon? I actually don't know. I just assumed I need to upgrade the weapon I'm using, but maybe it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I'm heavy roll. Oh no. Need more endurance, man. Maybe I should go loot. I'm gonna go loot the gravestones up here. Dark Souls 2 Scholar, all bosses, no death. We already did that. You missed it. We were doing DS2 rando for like a month straight. Where were you? Yeah, there is a video on my YouTube channel.
Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator.
I'm hoping I can find some new pants. This could also end up... Oh! Well, I'm still heavy load, but that's better. Oh, now I'm heavy. Oh, shoot. And I need... Yeah, this is auto-equip. I need more endurance, dude. Maybe I should have leveled more endurance. Kind of, I'm feeling regret right now, chat. Gravestones near Fort Height. Oh, the ones down here. Yeah.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Height, servant to the true order and celebrated repudiator of...
Yeah, I definitely, in retrospect, I would probably go 20 vigor and like 18 endurance at this point if I was to go again. Because the thing is, like, we have... I don't know, we have scaling on, so it's not like the enemies are gonna do that much damage to me. Yeah, this is not really a game where you can do it without scaling permadeath. I mean, if you're not like permadeath, the thing is, if you did no scaling permadeath like this, it would just be like you just have to hope that you get bosses that don't kill you in one hit and take 4 hours to kill. The entire thing would just like come down to RNG. Yeah, you could do it. It's just whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and argue or like talk. I don't. There's always somebody in chat who's like, well, actually, streamer, you probably could do it. Okay, that's not the point. I'm not sure why I'm even killing these guys. Well, actually, he dropped 1,000. Plus 200. I wonder, are we able to find like the shadow runes here? You remember this place from Night Rain? Yeah. True. Wait, what? Okay. All right, let's go check out the gravestones. I like Night Rain. I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited for the DLC. I'm kind of done with Night Rain until the DLC comes out, though. To be honest. Carrier of gold. Furnace keeper's note. Chat, I'm gonna start ranting about it again. Why is there no homeward bone in this game? It makes me so angry. Alright. What bosses do we even have left? I guess we can go to the Summoned Water Village. You have a free teleport? What do you mean free? It's just... You can't teleport if you're in combat. So... Oh, goodness gracious. I'm overloaded. Oh, no. That's not good. I can't even roll anymore. And this is actually really bad. I know, yeah, I am running out of items. Oh. I have no keys. All right, well, we can kill this boss on horseback at least. Oh, we're heavy load again. Nice. Oh man, that weapon we were using was so heavy. Okay, this is like not the most fun enemy to try to fight though. Oh wow, wait. This weapon like, oh, it's a twin blade. Oh. Paired curve. Okay, yeah. Listen, all right, it's a frickin' twin blade. I mean, it's not a twin blade, but it's a Dark Souls 3 twin blade, anyways. All right. So there's that boss. Maybe we just go do the Murkwater now. That was Flow Chat. Yeah, today's stream is powered by Progressive Insurance. I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With the Name Your Price tool, you can tell them how much you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find coverage options that fit your needs. Learn more at progressive.com, chat. Also click the panel below the stream. Good thing the dogs don't do 1 million DPS anymore. Why do I even try? Put a counter on how many boss left? It's in the top right, but you can't see it. You know what? Actually, hold on. Let me... Well, you guys can actually see it, I guess. It's a little small. You can make the... You can make the overlay bigger, but I don't know... I think I need to restart the... I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I should probably equip the flask. Oh. I don't have Oh, come on. Okay, I'm just phase tanking. actually face tanking though. Alright. Stop goofing around. This fat rolling really sucks. Stagger? How have you not staggered yet? I guess I was running away from him for a while. Probably doesn't do much posture damage either. Alright. Yeah, Moog isn't too bad while you're fat. True. Alright, well, he gave us a decent amount of runes. That's good. Okay. Let's go kill Patches. Oh, it auto-equips these. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Alright, we're back to medium load. I think Patches is always Patches in the rando. Or maybe not. Well, now we're back to being fat again. Well, shoot. At least I can still roll. Leda? Oh, God. Okay, she's actually Dubropi. That's great. Yura, I need your help. Dude, she's gonna one-shot me with her frickin' ability. Wait. Dude, she's right here! Help me! Yura! I really don't like this. I'm actually really scared. Oh my God. Dude. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna freaking kill me. Nope. 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 I'm pretty sure if she does that one specific attack, it's gonna instantly kill me. Like the circle attack where she spawns swords. To the left. Does she not come back? Hey Das, thank you for the 5 months. Can't reinvade after despawn. Oh, really? Oh. Well, I should have summoned Torrent there. Yeah, the moment I got hit by the AoE, I knew I was dead too. That attack is so punishing, man. It's crazy. I don't think there was anything I really... I don't know. I don't know what I could have done. I was mid-attack when he started it, and I just couldn't get away. I think the only out in those situations, like if he does that, I think you have to summon Torrent. I think summoning Torrent was really my only shot there to actually survive. You think the run is possible? Yeah, I mean it's really not that hard. That roll basically got me killed there. All right. Well, we go again. Gotta wait for the game to close. Early game is the hardest. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like the early game is that bad because there's scaling, to tell you the truth, but I should have been more careful there. The freaking dude, that air tree avatar AoE attack is probably one of my least favorite attacks in the entire game. It's definitely up there. Like that freaking that AoE attack, it's so punishing because if it hits you, like if you get hit by the explosion, you just get so screwed because the missiles are already firing at you the moment you get up from the ground, and so you can't like normally you can sprint to avoid the missiles, but if you're right next to them and they're already firing at you, you can't, like the time it takes after a roll, the time it takes to start sprinting, that tiny little window will basically just get you killed. Maybe I could have I probably should have just spammed roll. That was my only chance. I mean, I think I was spamming roll. I don't know. Whatever. It's okay. Goodbye, Flo. Flow 2. Ooh, a golden rune 11. Oh, and, well, no. Talismans are useless because they're just going to get replaced. Moke's Shackle is kind of tempting, though, but I'm going to take the rune. All right, sorry. Give me one sec, chat. I'm going to do a quick little stretch. I'm a little stiff.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found. And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish. Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring
Are you the only one with static? I don't know.
Found strength. Triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose.
Just normally stretch my arms, my legs, my hands. 'Cause I'm sitting all day.
Leading to abandonment.
I want to
by
get
the
carpal tunnel.
greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
I'm dead? Yeah, I died. I died.
Oralu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater, and Sir Gideon Othniel, the all-knowing.
Okay.
And one other, whom grace would again bless.
All right. Well, before we start, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool gives you options when it comes to rate and coverages. Learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. All right, we go again. We go again. What's up, Cuphead? Oh, I gotta turn the overlay back on. Hold on. Hey, Grebo, thank you for the 50 months. Thank you, dude. Same seed? No. Last seed, I had a different weapon and a different starting item and a different boss. Am I tired of collecting guns in Ark? Yeah, I mean, I don't really need more loot in Ark. Honestly, I just like fighting people in the game. I feel like my brightness is a little high. Where even is where is brightness? Hope I get the best run. We honestly had a good, decent run going that last attempt, but then I don't know. I actually didn't really expect the air tree avatar to kill me there. I should have respected him more though. What is this? Is this a smithing weapon? It is.
What is?
Oh, I can't level up yet. All right. Oh, hold on. I didn't actually look. What was the boss here? Cemetery Shade. As a ranged heavy, yeah, you can like shoot a projectile out of its mouth. This is the Lizard Greatsword. Oh. That was the Lizard Greatsword. You know, I do actually want to learn how to, like, go through all bosses efficiently in this game, because it's actually... It's kind of hard to know exactly. Can you get repeat weapons? Probably. Is this also... I think black steel weapons are smithing stone, right?
They sir, but you, I can play turning wood to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon torrent. Treat him with. Shall I let my hand share them with me? Your thoughts.
All right, we're just gonna do this cave boss straight off the rip. We're gonna go so much faster this time, chat. Never mind, I'm dead. I need armor. Okay. All right. Maybe we should go to the gravestones. I just want to fight. I just want to fight stuff, man. But fine. I'll go to the gravestones. I'll play looting simulator. Fine. I didn't know how much dude, I didn't know how much damage that would do. That was crazy. It did it did go faster. I mean, the thing is, doing Deathless, like, I don't know. I don't really think this challenge is all that bad. Unless you just get like a really bad double boss combo or like a really bad boss in like a specific room. Yeah, the DLC enemies do a ton of damage. I feel like their scaling is different. There is scaling, but I think that DLC enemies are just stronger in general. Because like that enemy just did 70% of my health with that explosion. I guess the reason that the enemies are so strong though is because of the sun warmth stone. It's because I mean, you would normally have Skadu fragments, right? The enemies in the DLC are like designed with Skadu fragments in mind, so they're just super strong. So even if they get scaled down to the same rate of the other enemies, it's just they're so much stronger in general. Yo, Melisan, thank you for the 69 months. I'm not sure if Wandering Bosses is on. I don't think so. Maybe. Alright, well. Also, I realized why my game was so bright. It's because I've been upping my gamma in Arc Raiders. And I forgot to turn it back down. Hey, Heavy, thank you for the 11 months. Something just died. Aging untouchable in a random cave. Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, that's a freaking DLC dragon. I kind of, I'll be honest, I kind of wish the randomizer just let you like start with Torrent. It'd be nice if you could just start with Torrent and the ability to like level up. Be nice if Torrent is randomized. Nice for who?
And I can also that you're not then why not? I am Carl.
Alright. Oh, this is good.
Goodbye.
Well, wait, actually, no, we don't have a smithing weapon. Well, it is still good, though, for when we get a smithing weapon. Somber 2.
Goodbye.
20 hours walking around because he didn't find Torrent yet. Yeah, that sounds brilliant. Yeah, I haven't done that many runs of like randomizer in this game. I've done a few, but I definitely need to respect the DLC enemies. I don't think I've ever even done a randomizer with the DLC. Or maybe I did. Okay, I'm not gonna go in the cave. Just grab the grace and run back out. Why no timer? It's who cares? What is with this meta of putting a timer on everything? I see people are doing like putting timers on their like first playthroughs and stuff. It's like,
Sir, but I can play turning root to 80. You need over to the
like
center.
why?
Then it summon me. Ah, I bequeath. It will summon Torrent. Treat him with.
All right. No, I mean, I would put a timer on, but since it's a sponsored stream, I'm trying to keep the elements on screen fairly minimalistic. All right. Anyways, I don't know if running up this thing is a good idea. I have the boss counter. Flame perfume bottle. Not showing. Yeah, that's I restarted the game.
Everyone who only to have it, you know, it's quite a lot. You are willing to make. You're heading to enticed. Well, that, but I don't have. It's scary. I want to know nothing.
Alright, hopefully we can... I'm hoping we just find a smithing stone weapon, because then we can get +3. We really need some armor. Starting with no armor is kind of rough. That's good. We got a coat. Furnace visage. Can you sell stuff to this guy?
Name's but let me ask, are you here? Does your despite?
I don't think you can.
Takes me any interest. All I know. Now's the time. There's a memento fine at tower. It grants. Not float.
Am I not allowed to buy armor from the merchants either? I actually don't know. Nothing that auto-equips? Okay. I don't want to go loot more gravestones. I want to just kill something. Whatever. I'm going back. I'm going in. That's horrible. Okay, maybe I'm not going in. We're chilling. Oh, we can actually madness him. Oh gosh, he almost just killed me. Nice. Ooh, and a seed. Heck yeah. All right. Nice. All right, I would like to get... Oh, wait a sec. Wait, is the Frenzy Flame perfume bottle also smithing stone? I think I can upgrade it.
This way, tarnished. May I?
Nice. I guess we should have done that first, but it's okay. She always gives you the bell, right? I don't know if you actually get something from this.
I was instructed by torrents.
Oh! Shit! Thank you, Ronnie. Wow. All right. Well, that certainly makes things easier. I wasn't even gonna... I was thinking about not talking to her, dude. It's like, oh, she's probably just gonna give me nothing. Some armor? All I found are chess pieces. Kind of funny. I guess it's better to run up to the catacombs and then just jump down afterwards, because it's like right here. Yeah, it auto-equips armor and weapons. Yes, we are doing permadeath. Really need a new weapon though. Domino. The damage isn't bad. Thank God for scaling. The audio is so weird. That was such a bad roll. My goodness. I felt like he was charging that up forever. Come on. Oh, the Dectus medallion. Sick. Ooh, the pedal whip. All right, that's a good weapon. Stone sword key as well. More endurance. Yeah, the Hazo's pedal whip is good.
Hello? Can you hear me? Help me. I'm stuck.
Am I gonna play Reforged 2.0? I don't know, man. I don't know. Help him? Eh. I know he gives an item. I just don't care.
Please stop this.
All right, you can
Oh, is there anything?
just get the bell bearing from the merchants to get in the habit of doing that. Hello, fire giant. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna use the pedal whip. It'll bleed him. It should be decent. He's scaled down, so it shouldn't be that strong. Please no bounce, oh god. Still pretty strong. Kind of scared. Thing is, I only have a chest piece on. Oh god. That red enemy is super dangerous. Yeah, no, I would have been one shot 100% if not for the scaling. Yeah, having armor on helps a lot. Oh. There goes our whip. Arbalest +3. Sick. Great. Oh yeah, let's see what's here. Let's see what the bell-bearing hunter is. Okay, so to make this guy spawn, you make it night. I think you make it night, you teleport, and then you rest. That I don't get it.
Floating well.
I already talked to him. Oh my god, I wish I could parry this guy. Oh, that Hit me. Oh my god, I almost just... Okay, let's stop goofing around. Just one hit at a time. I really wish I could parry him. At least we can get a bleed proc. I really hate this enemy. Like, they're just so unfun to fight. It's crazy. If you parry them, they're honestly fun fights. But if you don't parry, it's kind of awful. Really. Huh? Alright, let's go do the death bird. Where'd the horsey go? Fell like over the hill. Oh, right as I tried to roll, I fell off the ledge, so my roll missed. Oh, that was good bleed proc. Is she gonna buff? Spinning chain! Clap. 8,000 from that too. Nice. All right, we'll go do the boss in the lake. Kind of scared of that undead dragon though. I don't know why I'm only getting chess pieces. I don't know, man. Weird. Or you just deflected my innard meat? Are you kidding me? I wish charge R2s on this weapon weren't so dang bad. Oh, I did not mean to roll there. Hold on, just let me wind this up for 10 years. It's funny because they've buffed so many charged R2s, but they never touched flails. Like I honestly feel like it's oh my god, it's the worst charged R2 in the entire freaking game. Flails in this game are like using Raider in Night Rain. What are we getting? Concealing oh, dagger talisman. That's good. All right, 5 bosses down. Almost done with the rando already. Well, before we do this boss, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their Auto Quote Explorer, you can compare car insurance rates to find a great deal, even if it's not with Progressive. You guys can learn more at progressive.com. And also click the panel below the stream. Thank you, Progressive. Wait, what are scarlet buds? Is that a crafting material? You know, I gotta say, I really wish that they made crafting like better in this game. I mean, it does still have its uses, but I would say majority of people who played the game casually probably never even interacted with the crafting system, or like barely did. I think the extent of people's use of the crafting system is like making sleep pots for Godskin Duo. Oh god. Dude, imagine, chat, if you could make a berry that made torrent faster. Oh, that's my dream. You would love Reforged. Yeah, I know, but When something is in a mod, it just doesn't hit the same. I'm generally only gonna play a mod like once or twice. The base game, however, I'm gonna play hundreds of times. Because I've played Reforged, I know it's a thing in Reforged, which is cool. But I still would love if that was actually a thing for, like, the base game. What a battle. Alright. I guess we can go do Rick. Could be an aging untouchable down here. Yeah. Could be. Mesmer, Soldier of Godric. Yeah, I mean, it's not really... This challenge isn't anything new, like... I think the only difference is the region lock is based on... The region lock is defined by, like, sub-areas. Plus 900. Yippee! Alright. Let's go. Oh, there's still Fire Giant. I think we go do the Pumpkin Head. Go do the Pumpkin Head in the Everjail. Yeah, there's no stab requirements for the weapons. meet again, Arid Tree Avatar. I am not getting screwed by your stupid AoE this time. That attacks. Greed. Any staggers? He's gonna stagger now, sure. Another seed. Good. I want to go fight this boss, but I only have one flask. Big charge R2. What an epic fight. Invader fights in these games really kind of suck. Or like NPC fights. They're the worst part about the game in my opinion.
Why are you here? I dare say you're... Oh well, but one must... I was ex as a revive. You still? Very well, but I refuse to anticipate. Very well. I'll be sure to never lose.
How have I still only found chest pieces? This is actually kind of crazy, though. Oh, great. We got some poopy pants. That's amazing. Making good progress though. 9 bosses down. $198 to go. Miyazaki! To be fair, most locations where these enemies are normally located, except for Night Rain, of course, most of the locations where these enemies are located, it's pretty flat. Most of them. Do we still have the Hero's Grave and the Stormfoot Catacombs? I guess we'll go do Stormfoot. Chat, some of you guys are actually like such... Some of you are such babies, it's crazy. Just complaining about everything. Just the truth. I definitely have more things I could say to some of these chatters, but we are sponsored, so I'm not gonna go off. I don't know, man. Oh, wait, that was good. I just find it funny when people are complaining because, like, I'm doing a sponsor where I get to play a game that I enjoy. Like, I'm just playing Elden Ring. And, like, somehow people are, like, so offended. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Yo, what's up, Pontus? How's it going, dude? This pickaxe has crazy posture damage. It's just charge R2s that do so much damage, pretty much. Oh, Casper. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Thank you, dude. Did I ever get to depth 5? No, not yet. I was like 1 game away multiple times. Yeah, that's sad. I don't like this, dude. I don't remember how to fight this guy. Doesn't do that much damage at least. Seemed like it. That AoE really goes far. Okay, I think you can jump that ground hit, right? Hard to tell which one he's doing though. Really? Oh, there goes all my posture damage. This fight is so awkward. Oh my god. I feel like I can barely see him as well. Oh, shoot. There we go. Okay, I guess his attack just did 70% of my health. That's cool. Coward? Yeah, I'm a coward. I don't want to frickin' redo Limgrave again. Heck no. Dude, that frickin' roar lingers for so long, too. He roared, and then I walked into him like 3 seconds later. Okay, wait, so let's, I'm gonna go down to the coastal cave. Yeah, I can try again, but we can also, the thing is, we can also upgrade our weapon. At least to +5. We should probably check the other merchants as well for smithing stones.
Well, you're... Goodbye.
8 kilometers. So I'm just curious with that question, like, what is your intention? Like, what do you want me to say to that? Hmm? You just trying to be an asshole? That your intention? You're not allowed to do Stormvale. Like, Stormvale is its own area. Oh, is that a 2? Oh, shoot. Nice. All right. We can go. Just trying to have a laugh. Okay. Well, I didn't think it was very funny, but that's okay. All right. We need to go to Bestial Sanctum. Wish you had hair for someone to make fun of. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I mean, there are a lot of like... There are a lot of options available to like regrow hair and stuff these days, right? I don't actually know, but... Copium? Is it though? It's supposed to say going bald doesn't matter? Well, it doesn't. I mean, dude, some people look really good.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering plate. Very let my hand.
Wanted to give me a chance to dist. Yeah, well, see, I'm sponsored right now, man, so I'm not trying to be like toxic right now. Trying to keep it a little tame, you know. All right. Oh, you know what? Is the husk here? The husk here random? It is. All right. You're allowed to go to Dragon Barrow to enter Roundtable? Yes. Yes, sir. When is the next Game Awards, actually? I'm also allowed to go to Liurnia to pick up the hand lantern. Honestly, I feel like they should just make you start with the hand lantern in the rando or something. That would be nicer. Oh, hello. You can get one with Weeping. They should let you start with Starlight instead. I know. True. Hit and a miss. Am I doing any quest lines? Probably not. Holy, +3 and a sacred tier. Oh, that's actually super good. Nice. I mean, I'm gonna loot. Wait. Did I also get the clarifying horn charm? Did it? Or... Oh my god, I didn't even get to use it. Oh, that's so lame, dude. I got a hat. Oh my god, it is so dark, dude. I need the hand lantern. Maybe I should just turn on like cheat engine and just give myself the hand lantern. I mean, I could just run to Liurnia, but it's like, well, I'm gonna have to run to Liurnia anyways, so... Just like more setup that you need to do before you can actually do stuff. Yeah, there was a torch from the merchant, but I'm not allowed to buy stuff from the merchant that is a weapon. Or I'm not allowed to buy equipment that will get equipped. Alright, so we have the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. We have these 3 catacombs. We also still have the Fire Giant. Probably go back and try to fight the Fire Giant. I guess we'll do the other. The Fringe Folk Hero's Grave kind of scares me, but... Can I not backstab these guys? Oh, there we go. There we go. There are some items in there that we didn't pick up. Hopefully it's okay. No follow-up? Gotta be close to staggering. He was close to staggering. Come on. Come on. Nice. It's okay, kilometers. At least you recognize what you said was kind of rude. All right. How many bosses are? Wait, hold on. Let me. I have. I have a list of the regions. How many bosses? Okay, there's 19 bosses in Limgrave. Still missing 7. How am I missing 7 bosses still? And I guess we have the Everjail here. Wait, why do I have reduced HP? Oh. Why do I feel like this guy's gonna like one-shot me or something? He is probably gonna kill me really fast, actually. And he can probably heal. I love NPC fights. Yay! Backstep, backstep, roll, backstep, backstep, roll, 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 heal, backstep. I really hope this guy can't heal. I feel like... What is that AoE, man? I don't even think I can, like, backstab him. Maybe when he... Like, what, what is the, there's no counter to that. He's just. I'm gonna leave. I don't know. This is gonna end in disaster. I need a better weapon, I feel like. Yo, what's up, Spicy? Go in the other cave. Hey, Austin, thank you for the 6 months. What, wasn't I winning? Yeah, but I had no heals left. And he's just constantly chipping me. Like, maybe I could have killed him there, but if I did manage to kill him, I would have done it with like 10 health left. It's just not worth the risk. Yeah, I can see what bosses are left. Alright, chat, hold on. I'm gonna go get some more water. Man, this hood is so freaking big. My goodness. Before I take a short break, though, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their AutoQuote Explorer, you can compare rates to ensure you're getting a great value. And learn more at progressive.com or by clicking the panel below the stream. I will be right back, chat. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I want to get the hand lantern. I'm gonna go get it. I don't know. It's like it's annoying me not having the hand lantern. Hey, Cucumber. What's up, buddy? I want to go for the jump there, but I'm a little scared, even though it's really easy, but I don't want to lose my run like that. I always forget that you can attack with the left hand on the horse. Like, I just never, or rather the left side. I'm like, I don't know. I'm curious, like, is this just a me thing? Like, when you guys play Elden Ring, do you mainly attack from, like, one specific side from the horse? I feel like probably, but I don't know. I looted a Trina's lily. Okay. I assume I'm allowed to grab this grace, because otherwise, well, I don't want to run. I don't want to run back twice. I'm not allowed to loot in Liurnia though. I'm just going here for the hand lantern. Yeah, it's region locked, but you're allowed to go here for the hand lantern. Could have gotten in weeping. I don't know, man. The rules say to come here. I mean, I don't really care that much about the rules, but I do want to follow them fairly. Would you do a second run back? Won't Godric Castle lead to it? Yeah, I guess. Saving my future self's time. You actually get a lot of stuff from selling these. All right. Hand lantern acquired. I can see. Aw, rip my cool cloak, dude. Yo, what's up, Ella? Hope you've been enjoying the mountains or what, whatever. But what are you actually, what are you doing there at the Red Bull thing? Is it for like a game or? He just loves Red Bull. I wasn't sure if it was for like a game because I know he did like the Night Rain stuff with Red Bull. Oh god, no. No new secret game. Gotcha. Oh, Jesus. How long until Ella gets on this rando? I know, Ella was doing... How was the Metro... What was it? Metro Last Light, Permadeath? I think that got flushed, right? Starting RE4R. I'll be honest, I was kind of bored with RE4R. I don't know, man. I feel like I did it too much. Like, it's fun, but I was already starting to feel like, I don't know. I didn't really like the enemy respawning mechanic that much either. Where's Gollum? Dude, RE9 is gonna be so sick. Oh, we got a talisman pouch. That's good. I mean, granted, talismans, I don't know. Like, talismans are great, but we're not necessarily gonna be able to have good talismans. Yeah, I mean, a pouch is still good. Sure. Did I do CVX? Yeah, I've played Code Veronica X. Honestly, I hope that they do an RE5 remake. I actually think it would be so nice to have like a modern RE game, like a modern co-op RE game. And I know somebody in chat's probably gonna be like, well, actually, streamer, there was Resident Evil. I can't even remember what this stupid game was called. It came bundled with like RE3 remake. I don't know. Oh yeah, Resistance, yeah. Is the egg only up good? I was thinking about trying it. You know what game I'm actually really looking forward to is White Knuckle. That game is really good. It's just I'm waiting for its full release. OD looks very cool too. Oh yeah, Ella, you should try the... I don't know if you played the demo, but you should try Subliminal. There's like a demo for it. It's pretty good. I really liked it anyways. Is it a puzzle game? No, I think you're thinking of something that sounds similar. I'm so bad at fighting this enemy. So he has so many combos that just like roll catch you. Oh, come on. All right, man. What's up with the sound? I think it's just a randomizer issue. Well, I don't mind Noble because I feel like he's pretty easy to parry. But we also might not really be able to parry that easily in this run. Okay, so... Wait a second, we ran away from the bear. Where was the bear? Was that in... Oh, Tree Sentinel, Burial Watchdog, Crucible Knight, Patches, Tibia Mariner. Dude, it's crazy how little, like, the last run I was super overweight, and then this run I've barely found, like, anything armor-wise. Kind of funny. Yo, Demon, thank you for the 62 months. Thank you, man. Sorry, I don't have sub notifications on right now, so. The overlay is tiny. Yeah, I know. It's okay. Wait, I have wild strikes. Dude, what is that AoE, man? Holy crap. Hi. Yo, Domo. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Ooh. You made it just in time for the KO. Thank you for the raid, dude. Hope the bingo went well. The bingus. What's up, Miles? Alright. Let's go do the fire giant. Oh, is it done now? Was that the finale? I've been way too addicted to Arc Raiders to to keep up with the bingo. My life has just, I've been playing that game way too much. Wait, why did I teleport here? Bree and Tom won? Oh, nice. That's awesome. Close to staggering. Can you not get repeats in this? Oh! I haven't actually even finished a randomizer with the DLC yet. Oh, I'm losing my posture damage. Buddy. How have I not posture broken you? Bump. Iron wet blade. Oh, thanks, Domo. And thank you again for the raid, man. All right, we got 3 more bosses left. We've got Patches. Wait, where was the bear? Was it? Oh, was it? Wait, no, it wasn't Coastal Cave. Was it Stormfoot? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I really missed having short hair. I don't know, dude, long hair is just such a pain. It's like, every time I get my hair cut short, it's so nice. You like take a shower and it's just so easy. If you go bald, it's even easier. I mean, with my hair length, it's like, not even an issue, really. Come on, let me hit you. The R2 on this weapon is super fast. There we go. And I can't. And I can't take the riposte. Classic. Yeah, I think he is probably easier than the Rune Bears. I would agree. Oh, another golden seed. Okay, wait. So what do we have left? Tree Sentinel. Tree Sentinel and Patches. Oh wait, the tree sentinel. Oh, God. This frickin' dude, these DLC dragons are really scary. He's scaled down though, and I have a lot of health, so it's probably fine.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
I have no ash. No holy pot. I have drawstring, holy grease. Honestly, we're probably okay. The regular wet blade is not randomized. It's still in the starting area. Oh yeah. I guess I should pick that up. Yeah, the DLC enemies are super strong. I'm gonna go, guys. Dude, that crab had me like pinned. All right. If I remember right, my strat for these guys was to not try to hit their head. I just like can't even tell what he's doing. Lost all my posture damage. Hit him, man. There we go. Big damage. Woo. KO. And we got a crappy charm. Alright, well, we're almost done with this part of Limgrave. Let's just go do patches. Hopefully Leda isn't guarding the path to patches this time. That was pretty scary. Yeah, this is the French challenge. How many attempts in am I? Like 3 something. I don't have like death counter and timer on the screen just because it's like a sponsored stream today. Inaba. Seems weak, but I'm also kind of scared. Is that Rivers of Blood? He just seppuku'd.
If it isn't Nereus, the bloody finger, the end is nigh. For you. And your cessblood.
Get him, Mira. Okay, yeah, he does a fair bit of damage. I mean, I do a good amount. It's just if I got hit like 3 times and then a bleed proc, I'm definitely dead there. Dude, Leda was so tanky. She had like 2,000 health. And she was doing half of my health in 1 hit. Yeah, I know patches isn't rando. Stabs and seals, like ranged weapons, go on your left hand. Yeah, she killed Yura in like half a second.
Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief.
Freya is also scary. Yeah, I believe that.
Cough up your coin. All of it. Wait, please. It was bound to happen someday. What a shit show.
Thanks, patches. Do I have any smithing 3s? Nope. Nope. Sir Deox, thank you for the 22 months, man. And Parkeezy, thank you for the 5 years. All right, guys, we can move into... I mean, we should probably just go do Weeping, no? I guess. Yeah, Caleb. That's brilliant. Oh, there's an item here. I'm glad they fixed the Spirit Springs. When Elden Ring came out, there were some like absolutely vile Spirit Springs that were the radius of them was so tiny. Like, the one that was north of Fort Faroth would kill you unless you were, like, perfectly dead center inside it. Well, I joined the lads if they play the backroom co-op game again. Salad was telling me that game sucked, though. I want to play, honestly, we need to play RV There Yet. That's what we need to play. Play Misery again before it gets yeah. Too late for that. All Spirit streams on 1.0 at bad hitboxes. Not all of them, no. Some of them were fine. There was just particular ones that were really tiny. Yeah, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, making bundling renters and auto insurance easy. Learn more at progressive.com. And also click the panel below the stream. The incident. Yeah, no Rest for the Wicked needs to leave early access. I liked that game, but there were some design choices that were so questionable. Like, for some reason, upgrading, there's like a town in that game, right? And upgrading it is like a mobile game. You collect the materials and then you upgrade the town, but then it's like you have to wait 24 hours before your town gets upgraded. Like, why is that a thing in like a PV? It's like mobile game design. I just don't get it. Battle Mage huge. Huge hammer. Oh. That's good. Oh, and the Sacred Tear. And int. Alright. Yeah, I don't think the int talisman's gonna do much for us. Check Discord. Oh, my mic's muted. Nice. No, sorry, I was reading a Discord message. My bad. I thought my mic was on though. Ooh, that's... Wait, that's a... Wait, that's a spell, isn't it? Never mind. +1 Rune Arc, yeah. And if we lose our Rune Arc, we're dead, so...
Fine.
Guess we can sell them.
Unfinished.
I need smithing stone 3s, man. Oh, the Finger Slayer blade. Wait, we need that. Yeah, I guess if I find the great rune, that's true. Why is this challenge called French? It's made by, the challenge was made by like a French streamer. I mean, it's not like this, this challenge isn't really all that unique, but like, I mean, it's not like it's anything crazy that people haven't done. I think the only difference in this is that it's like a slightly different region lock. Wait a sec, is this not... Why am I even doing this? This turtle puzzle always confuses me. There's one in the water. That's what I thought. Oh, wait. So there's one in the bush, one in the water. Oh, and then there's one right here. Dude, I don't know. I couldn't find the one in the water. I couldn't find the one in the water. I was just running in circles. Yo, what's up, Dara? Ooh, slender sword. Loot the starlight shards for Revenant. There a boss in the craters? It's not a boss. There's like enemies though. The drip is abysmal. Yeah. I've definitely looked better. I've got soiled pants, a giant hat. It's not great. Thing does have square off. That is true. I look like a guy who does a 360 before parrying you. No. Oh, a smithing stone 3. We need those. This is dangerous. I don't... Hold on. This definitely seems like a situation where I can die, so I'm gonna try to play this a bit cautious. Square off is so good. So freaking good, man. No. No. Fine. Everything's fine. Status bar effect is huge. Yeah, it's because I have the frickin' model, the orange charm. The most annoying part about the levers is when you pull them and then you get the text pop up that's like, somewhere a heavy door has opened, and then you can't do anything. Yo, Blue, thank you. Oh my god, there's been so many raids today. Thank you for the raid, Blue. Thank you, dude. Made it just in time for another KO. Hope the true ending's been going well, man. It is actually, I've been like keeping up with the Silksong stuff. Well, more so the, oh my gosh. This guy's bullying me. I've been keeping up more with the any % run, but like, it is insane the progress that has been made on Silksong. 4-minute time loss to Grohl. The Kira release patch has Reki. Yeah. I mean, the release patch was always faster, right? Because you can do cloakless, but the thing is, and I think like people are learning the key route now because somebody finally got a record on old patch, and I guess they're both allowed or whatever. I'm just gonna spam square off. Yeah, welcome everybody from Blue. So for anybody who hasn't seen Elden Ring before, or you want to know what I'm doing, this is basically permadeath, so I'm not allowed to die, and we're using a randomizer, so all the enemies and items and bosses in the game are random. And on top of that, any item we pick up is automatically equipped into our inventory, or into our equipment. And I have to use whatever I see. Going for a charge or two, and this guy's just... What's the lore? Don't ask me. It's out of my pay grade. Yeah, NPC bosses kind of suck. All right. Ooh, we got the Erdtree's favor. Yeah, we are also partnered with Progressive for today's stream. So I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, offering round-the-clock coverage. Learn more at progressive.com. This is sort of the run that's harder in early game. Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know. I would say before the DLC came out, that would probably be more so the case, but this randomizer has options for scaling. So like, even if you get a DLC boss early on, it's going to be like scaled down and it's going to become easier. So you don't just get one shot. Yeah, we're also doing this region locked, which means we have to kill every boss in an area before we can go to another area. Basically. Yeah, that was the DLC boss that we just fought. Although I like barely consider him a boss. He's just annoying. Oh, let's make it nighttime. There's 2 nighttime bosses we can kill here. Also, in the top right, I have a counter. It's really tiny right now because of the sponsor. I could move the overlay, but basically we have this giant list. It's like a mod for the game that shows you all of the different bosses. I think I can move it to the left side, but I didn't want to try to figure that out today. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just spam square off. Is there a randomizer for Silksong, by the way? Not yet. Gotcha. I'm sure they're working hard on it. Hey, Gold Bludgeon, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, I saw there's a boss doubler. Brass randomizer for Hollow Knight. What does that even mean? Randomizes grass. Each patch of slashable grass is a check. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. That's really funny, actually. No, I still need to upgrade to +7. Plus 3,400 checks. That's absurd. What's a check? Like a location you need to check in order to find an item that you need, basically. Just like went into the wall. Ooh, we're floating. Square off is so stupid. Why did they not nerf square off? Like, actually, though. It's so broke. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I miss, I don't know if you're still here, Blue, but I miss running Silksong, man. It was so much fun running it when it came out. You missed some stone changes in those caves. The wall stones still contain upgraded stones? No, I don't think they do. Well, they can. The only reason straight swords are worth running. Yeah, I mean, That's fair, I guess. Hey, Mr. Gray Gray, thank you for the 27 months. Why not come back? I don't know. I mean, I've thought about it. Holy moly. That's a full heal right there. So, wait, what is the record for true ending now, by the way? What happened to my hair? Got chopped off. I woke up and it was just like this one morning. I don't know what happened. Get the broccoli cut for one stream. Broccoli cut? What does that even... what does that mean? Is there even a point in me? I don't know. I still need to find more smithing stone 3s, I guess. Because look at this, dude. I have... Oh my god. If I find 2 more smithing stone 3s, I have a plus 18 weapon. I'm just gonna, like, slaughter everything. We need to get 2 more smithing 3s. So badly. Gonna upgrade a weapon, then pick a new one right after. Well, the randomizer automatically upgrades weapons relative to your max. So anything you pick up will be automatically upgraded. Have I found any winter lanterns yet? No, thankfully not. Milady!
I'm Edgar, but you can see the menial. They gave me good foul treatment. I'm sorry, but whatever. You take this. What's this about? I am the king of the wind. The lord of this castle will stand for it no longer.
Give me your loot. Oh my god, chat! He was hiding the good stuff. I was thinking about not killing him, man. He just gave me the key to plus 18 weapon.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
All right, plus 21. See, this is, dude, this is why I get bored with randomizers in this freaking game, because like, this is what happens every time. It's like, I'm in Limgrave and I've got like a max upgrade weapon, and then I just like freaking instantly kill everything. I mean, I feel like the fact that it only takes 3 smithing stones to upgrade a weapon makes this like so much easier. But at the same time, if it required the usual 12, I don't know, it would also be kind of horrible too. It'd be more interesting without the scaling option. I mean, not really, because like if you don't have scaling, you get to a boss and you're just gonna get one shot and the fight's gonna take an hour long. You're basically just doing a no-hit run at that point. Or well, not necessarily, but if you get bad RNG and you get Prime Consort Radahn unscaled in Limgrave, you're gonna have to do like an hour to 2 hour long fight, no hit, which is just not really great. Hardest challenge I've done? I don't know. This enemy... DLC enemies are so dangerous, dude. Holy crap. I actually thought I might die there, to be honest. Yeah, I know. The Fire Knights are terrifying, and I really don't know how to fight them very well. The lack of audio is so weird. Roll off? I don't think so. Generally, bosses, there's like... Oh wait, we have Impaling Thrust. Generally, these games have protection for the bosses. There's like invisible walls that specifically exist only for boss enemies. All right, we're at 24 bosses. What else do we got left? The Morn Tunnel, the Air Tree Avatar. Did you not like Night Rain? You say that I haven't streamed it that much, but I've streamed Night Rain more than most people. I like Night Rain. I'm kind of done with it for now, though. Not more than Yui. Well, Yui is probably has the most hours out of friggin' anybody. He loves his Night Rain. Well, goodbye, fun weapon. Goodbye, milady. I'll miss you. What's up with all these tree spirits, dude? Hey! Leave my building alone, buddy. Ooh! Wait, you know what? Magma Blade's actually good for these guys. I'm gonna melt him. Plus 600 runes. Huge. I need to get some more mana. Yo, what's up, Oro? How's it going, man? Bro, what the... My god, I thought I was gonna die there for a second, dude. I didn't know the flowers exploded with madness. I guess that's a DLC flower? Okay, we need to be... Hey, better to learn that right now. Oh wait, fire is actually good on Fortisax. Gotta be careful for the death, though. Is his wind attack not... Oh, he was doing the death lightning. Oh, I think we have both. Yeah, we got both Dectus medallions. Nice. Alright. Getting turned around. You're not sure, is there? You don't need because you have to kill the magma worm. That's true. That is true. Man, I need to get some food. I'm freaking hungry, chat. Key items only drop... Like, key items are in guaranteed spots, I think, in this randomizer. So you don't have to... You don't have to loot every item in the game. You need to loot... Get 1 mana flask. Ready to have something delivered yourself? Yeah, I'm really hungry. So the key items drop from merchants and bosses. And I think also like I think the sacred churches. Or like the churches and the sacred tiers are also... Or the seeds and the sacred tier locations are both the item checks as well. The randomizer is like super customizable though. So I'm not sure exactly how it's set up with this one. I didn't actually check. I gotta go use the restroom though, chat. But before I go, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. Their auto quote explorer makes it easy to find a great rate, even if it's not with Progressive. You can learn more at progressive.com or by clicking the panel below the stream. I will be right back, chat. I might order some food. I might like order a sandwich or something. I'm getting freaking hungry. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, chat. I am back. Alright. Oh, my magma blade. I got a sandwich, yes. Is this the one where you gotta go up? I don't know, man. There's so many dungeons in this game that are just so similar to each other. It makes it really hard for me to remember, like, which one is which. Hey, Hero. Thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back, man. Thank you very much. He looked so big there for a second. Wait, we have impaling thrust. That's good, at least. We do so much damage. Black leather shield. Alright, so we did the Air Tree Avatar, we did that Catacomb, we did this one. Morn's. Alright, we gotta go to Morn's Tunnel now. Am I attempting to finish this tonight? No, this is gonna be like a 20-hour run. I'm pretty sure. "20 hours without dying," yeah. There's just so many bosses in this game. I mean, we're only an eighth of the way through all the bosses right now. That kind of scared me a little bit, but... No, the overlay is just for the sponsored stream chat. Yeah, I have the boss count in the top right. It's just really, really tiny. There's like a mod that lets you track the bosses. I think it's this way. My memory is correct? Or wait. Those lightning balls are so scary. Honestly, I've kind of missed playing Elden Ring though. It's been a while. I mean, we did Elden Ring in the Dagger Marathon, I guess, but oh my gosh. Probably just spam impaling thrust here. I the frickin' hit. Okay. Well, at least it's really... Oh. Is it just phase 1 or is it 2 phases? Oh. Okay. That's chill. And another talisman pouch. Nice. Alrighty. Okay, we just have a few more bosses left here. I think 2 here and then 2 in Stormvale, right? What made me get rid of my long hair? I was just tired of it. I honestly kind of prefer having short hair. The only reason I end up with long hair is because I'm lazy. Yeah, I don't know. Long hair, like, taking a shower is a pain in the ass. And, like, whenever I'm eating... Dude, if I'm, like, eating food outside at a restaurant and it's windy, I just want to, like, die. If I don't have, like, a hair tie or, like, a hat or something, it's actually miserable. Oh, hello. Wait, this thing bleeds? He really doesn't do much damage, though. Probably roll that. Ow. I want him to do a spin to win attack. Come on, do it. How has he not done it yet? Why does he do 0 damage? Because he's scaled down. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna kill him. I wanted to crouch under his spinny move, but he didn't want to do it. Who was she? That is Flo from Progressive. Which, speaking of, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their AutoQuote Explorer, you can compare rates to ensure you're getting a great value. Learn more at progressive.com. Also, click the panel below the stream. Wow, we have 50,000 runes. More HP. Give me all of the HPs. Oh, we should go. I think we need to check the merchant over here. There's also 2 items in this room. 40 vigor before the hernia. Yeah. Ooh, flame mace. That's number 3.
Nervous?
I already have the lantern, man. I already got it. What am I thinking build-wise? There's no... Wait, where? Is there a button you can use to remove all pins? Like on the map at once? Where the heck is the other pin? Dude, there... Oh. The technology isn't there yet, yeah. I already used the rune arc. That's why you see the red square with the up arrow. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I still have the Great Hood reducing my health. Yeah, you can just pin 5 times in a row. That's true. Yeah, that's the strat. I need to remember to check the walls and stuff, because you can get stones. Although, well, our weapon's almost max anyways. Because it doesn't actually really matter that much. Land squirts. Good thing. We're still medium load. It's such a weird. Oh, Pure Blood Knight's medal. Interesting. I mean, we're not allowed to go there, but well, actually, technically we could because we just completed this area. But I mean, I don't want to go. I don't want to go fight a Moog scaled boss right now. Chat. It's... Some of you guys are driving me crazy, you know that? You know that, chat? It's one stream. It's one stream. Just shut your goddamn face hole. Oh, no, 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 no. All right, sorry. I'm getting triggered by the comments too much. Our first cutscene.
In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition. Another red bear. Okay, we need to be careful not to get knocked off the ledge here, though. Jumping out is weird. Say he's gotta break soon. A talking bear, and he's dead. Get him, Flo. I shall remember thee, tarnished, smoldering with thy meager flame.
Hey, Sylvest, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, man.
You there? Come over. It's tightly. Oh, the guards, you'll breach the. Fair enough. You certainly don't have to trust me. Well, if you must go through the gates, I'll signal them to open. But of course, I'd advise against it.
It's like image recognition software. When like the enemy defeated pops up on screen. But yeah, these guys can actually use the turrets. Oh, that's nice. Wait, I'm fat. Oh no. Oh, now we're not. Saved. We need to get more endurance, actually. Dude, the long-tail cat talisman is so bad. Fall damage in this game is like non-existent in the first place. Yeah, the DLC enemies are really scary. Oh, hi. If you take fall damage, you're like a meter away from dying anyways. Yeah. If you ever get any stabs or seals. There's just not that many stabs and seals in the game compared to melee weapons. But I think using magic in the randomizer is not very common. There is actually a mod somebody made that like, oh god. Though that is the scariest enemy I feel like in the entire, well, either that enemy or the ones that like flop around. I don't know what those enemies are called. The curse blades, yeah, that's the one. They freaking like, their body twists all over the place, and they hit you with their dual blade thing. Yeah, weapon requirements are turned off. I know you guys are excited for this weapon, but we're probably not. We might not even keep it before we get to the boss. We need a 2. Well, it doesn't actually matter. Really. Hey-ho!
Be proud. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. I'm here by decree. How utterly
Can you golden land the mace? I probably could have. Can upgrade it? Oh, wait. Yeah, no, you're right. I can upgrade it to Somber 9. Yeah, that's a good idea. He drops Assassin's Gambit. I feel like I should just kill all the NPCs, though, because, I mean, killing Edgar got me my weapon to plus 18.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your own.
Alright. +9. Selling had the stone for +10. It wasn't a seal. Can use spells now. Not that I really need to, but seems kind of easy. Honestly, I think the late game. Oh, it's a Deathrite bird. Yo, we can use the we can use the Rings of Light.
Mighty dragon, thou art a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lonely tarnished. Plain as a lord. I command thee.
Yeah, Datakar's woe is probably the worst possible thing that you could get. It's so bad, actually. Honestly, we're still probably better off just... That was actually so simple. No, you don't. Ah, shoot. Here we go. Well, more damage taken.
We'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Yeah, imagine you end up with like 3 sacred scorpion charms, and then you also have like Datakar's Woe, or like the Crucible Talisman that makes you take more damage. Yeah, the Talisman of all Crucibles. Oh, I actually already got one of those, so that's good that it's gone from the pool. No scaling could work. Well, this is region locked, so if it wasn't region locked, yeah. I know chat on screen. Because I'm doing a sponsor. And sometimes chat can be a little, unfriendly. I mean, most of you guys are perfectly fine. It's just the few bad apples that ruin it for everybody, you know? Blub. Man, the club hits so fast. This is not where we need to go, but oh. Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, club. Yeah, R. Simpson. Nems is, definitely cultivates in there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. Them's, you know, definitely contributes to it. That actually hit. Nice. Oh, and a sacred tear. Beautiful. Huge. All right. Where's my KO? We can go do the Everjail. All right, 40 HP, and then I think I'm gonna start just pumping. I'm gonna start pumping up my endurance a little bit more. I just really don't want to end up in a situation where I'm fat rolling. Hello, gentlemen. Does the weapon art have a follow-up? Oh yeah. That's kind of good though. Not bad. Beloved's. Oh my god, I have 2 damage taken to house. Why, man? Honestly, it's good. It's good that we get it now instead of like later. If anything, though. Should probably go to the Lakeside Crystal Cave next. Not really sure. Is there a? I guess we'll just take that the Spirit Spring back down. But like the thing is, if we get these talismans, that means we're not going to get them later on. Getting these talismans and like the DLC is going to be a freaking death sentence. That Pontiff in the background, it is. Where did you buy him? I don't remember what the company is called exactly. If you just look up like Pontiff statue, I'm sure you'll find it, though. How much did it cost? It was like over $1,000. Oh. Oh no, I'm not rolling again. Is this where I came from? Is this just a loot room? I thought there's another... I guess it is just a loot room. I thought there was like another way out of here. Yeah, I'm at negative 8% fizz damage taken. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, I could put French Challenge in the title, but people don't know what that is. Or, like, people who have been watching other people do it might know what it is, but not everybody. A lot of enemies. Ooh. Oh, back to medium load. Nice. And back to heavy load. This is kind of scary, actually. Oh, we do a lot of damage, though. That's fine. Let me get behind your leg, man. Yeah, you can guard counter. Oh, the Halig Tree Medallion. Nice. We actually need that. Hit equals heal. Yep. I'm playing it safe, man. Oh, shoot! Plus 10? We're max weapon. Let's go. Huge. Max weapon in Liurnia. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, it's... Okay, that really scared me at first. Hey, stop that! Dude, I'm getting frickin' destroyed. Alright, sometimes just R1 spamming is the way. I wanted to use the weapon art, but that frickin' startup animation was just killing me. Well, if I find it, everything I pick up gets automatically equipped myself.
Those are a challenge, find them wet.
Alright. Well, now that my weapon's maxed, I mean, we can just sell all the stones. You need... Wait, this Serpent Hunter doesn't auto-upgrade? Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Damn, those gloves were worth 3,000? Am I back to medium load? I am. Nice. All right. Would you use the Stormhawk Dean summon if you got it? I don't think I'm planning on using summons. Also, chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool helps you find options that fit your budget. You can learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream. Thanks, Salad. I mean, I have Progressive myself, actually. For my car. And that was before I took the sponsor. Catacomb is this? I hope we find Starlight. Although, even if we get Starlight, we're not going to be able to use it. Roxasha helm. Ooh, that's a good helm. And now I'm fat again. Dang it, dude. I need more endurance. Whoa. Oh yeah, this is the one where you have to drop down, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, the cat ring actually helped a little bit there, true. It's so weird that these skeletons can fly. Wait, didn't we have an... I thought we had another sacred tier to use. It's not. Golden seed, though. Is that from the mod? There's only like specific skeletons that can do it. I think it's the skeletons in like Altus Plateau. Or maybe it's any of them. I'm actually not sure. These enemies are horrifying. Let's get me out of here, dude. Those guys, like, seriously, yeah, they're so scary. Oh my god. They just, when they put that fire out, they can just combo you so hard. Dude, I don't want to risk it. I really, that's so scary. He just did so much of my health. Not to mention I have double, like, so much extra damage taken right now. I have 3 damage taken items. Like Rakshasa Helm is making me take more damage, and then Lightning Scorpion and Stardust. Honestly, you know, whatever. We have this place unlocked. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go hit some of the. I'm gonna hit up some of the gravestones. Yeah, you get more damage from Rakshasa, but you also take more. Yeah, I know, King Khan, but it's, I mean, at the end of the day, you still do take more damage relative to similar armor sets, but yeah, it's not actually like a status effect, but rather Rakshas's armor has lower negation relative to other armors in the same class, the same like weight range. Starline sword. This thing has a 200 fizz and 200 magic. Are you back to many runs? Not sure what you mean exactly. Didn't even swing the twin blades once, yeah. Talismans only drop from bosses. Oh, really? I would normally do the skip, but I'm kind of scared. Yeah, we got a lot of weight from that. Oh. Smithing bell. Don't really need that anymore. Dude, can I really not lock onto this thing? Massive. Not back to the flail. Dang it. Yeah, this is the French challenge. I think Liurnia is all just one region, though, and for the sake of this challenge, right? Like, Limgrave was split up between Stormvale, Limgrave, and Weeping, but... Oh, I guess, yeah, the Academy is its own thing. That's fair. Go fight this tree spirit. Man, this flail is butts. Elmer's Fury is a sorcery. Not sure it's better than just attacking it, but I can try it. I need him to do like a slow attack, like the fire breath or something though. There we go. I have an Inton Faith boost. Nice. More damage taken. Alabaster's sword is pretty good though. I just realized my sandwich is like sitting outside. It's a cold sandwich anyways, so it doesn't really matter, but... Hold on, I'm gonna go grab my food. Actually, you know what? Before I go, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. With their Auto Quote Explorer, you can compare rates to help you save. Now that's Progressive. You can learn more at progressive.com or by clicking the panel below the stream. I'll be right back. Wait, is my sandwich not actually here yet? Wait, I just got a notification on my phone. Has it not been that long? Oh wait, it is here. Yeah, okay. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. All right. Sandwich acquired. Go to the Cucksaver jail. No pizza? No, no pizza. Other night cavalry. The charge R2 on this weapon is so good, by the way. Kinda hurts though. Man, dude, riposte do so much damage in this game now. Oh, forgot to turn my cam back on. Oops. Ooh, Pearl Drake. Nice. That's good. French onion soup. Oh my god. I could go for some French onion soup. Sounds so good. Lack of deep dish pizza order. I had deep dish like 2 or 3 nights ago. I'm on cooldown right now. Yeah, there's this place that I go to, like a local place that has the best French onion soup. Every time I go there, there's like this one waiter who knows us, and he just knows we want the soup every time he sees us. Oh shoot. I have like no throwables. Wait, can't you throw these? Yo, that stone distracted them. Holy strats, dude. Magic scorpion charm. Hey, you know what? That increases our damage by a tiny amount, because this weapon does do magic damage. Yeah, the Alabaster Lord Sword is actually like really, really good weapon. Mainly because the charge R2 is so like cheap. It uses no stamina for some reason. Like, look at, that's a charge R2. Like, what? Crazy, man. Curious who that person is? It's Flo, man. It's like the face of progressive. Yeah, we're getting a lot of like damage taken talismans early, which is good. But we still haven't found the most important one, or the worst of them all, which is Datakar's Woe. There's a talisman in this game that makes you take double damage, chat. And when we get that, it's gonna be very scary. Especially if we get it in like the DLC. Another BBH. You're just slaughtering everything. Oh, hey, we got rid of the scorpion charm. Or the soar seal, rather. That's good. Alright. What else do we have left? Oh, right, shoot. I kind of messed up. I should have grabbed this grace. I forgot about the... Need to do the nighttime bosses. I feel like we're making decent pace on this run. I actually wonder like how quickly you could do this if you're doing like efficient routing. There's the boss tracker in the top right of the screen. You can see it says 38 out of 207. It's just really tiny. You can adjust like the font and the position of the boss tracker, but I did not do that. I had to get ready for the sponsor, so I didn't want to try to mess around with that. Nice. Oh, a sacred tier too. Heck yeah. We also have Crimson Whirl in our physic now. Yeah, I don't understand why they got rid of Red Wolf's melee attacks in Night Rain. I don't get it. Because I feel like if anything, the melee attacks would... Like against multiple people, the melee attacks are going to be the best at like dealing damage to a group. And it also makes the boss a bit more grounded. Yeah, I guess they didn't want people to kill it too fast. Yeah, they just wanted to make him super annoying. Also, I probably should have just went... I should have just teleported up to the bridge and then went down. That's okay though. Not a big deal. What is that? Is that just a normal dragon? Best just to spam charge R2 as a dragon fight starts. I think I could have killed him without him being able to do anything if I was quicker on the draw there. Oh, he's still dead. Hey, Dying Star, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you, dude. Alright, let's go kill... I think we've done everything on, like, this bottom half of the map. Oh, wait, there is the Omen Killer under the city. We'll grab this Grace and then go do the Omen Killer before I forget about it. What's up, Yui? We died twice early on, but I have, like, a decent run going now. I got a max upgrade weapon in, like, by the time I made it to Weeping Peninsula. It's silly. All right, I think our HP is okay, especially because we're just in Liurnia. I do want to get more, but being heavy roll is definitely more of an issue. One night boss left. Oh, Wait, what? What other night boss is there? Oh, the cavalry over here. Oh wait, there's actually two. Or no, there's three bosses. No, there's three night bosses left. There's two cavalries and the BBH. Honestly, we're just like bullying bosses at this point. Lionel's helm, well, good thing we got our equip load up. Gonna need some bad luck to stop this run. I don't know, man. I mean, I'm pretty rusty at some of the DLC bosses, so I don't know. Definitely still a little scared. Do I want to do the skip? I mean, I want to, but I'm not going to. I don't have a way to parry. And I don't want to lose my run. I was scared, like something's gonna come like flying from up above and just knock me off when I run across that. You need more HP to survive an untouchable? Yeah. Yeah, those guys seem horrifying. How many Night Cavalries have we fought at this point? Another Sacred Tier, wow. What, how am I in combat? Yeah, Windy is good. Is that the one that improves... Oh yeah, improves your dodges. Alright. Go back out. Go back out and jump up. Yeah, chat, I finished the first 2 episodes of Pluribus last night. Pretty, I've been enjoying it so far. It's super weird. But I like weird shows. What's it about? Honestly, I would rather not say. I was enjoying it, Spicy. We were pretty tired though. We only watched like half of the first episode. I'm not sure Larksa was even paying attention. He was really tired. I'm gonna watch some more later tonight though. Did I say Euphoria? No, it's called Pluribus. Wait, is this the boss? Like a new show from Vince Gilligan. Blood-sucking cracked here. Oh. Man, I feel like we're flying through Liurnia right now. I mean, having a +10 weapon kind of helps with that. Let's go do the other night boss here. Yeah, we're doing DLC. I don't think we're gonna get there today, though. Well, technically I have Mohg's medal, so I could go to the DLC, but I don't want to. Going the wrong way. Wait a sec, there's a boss up here too. Wait, is this one actually a flower this time? It isn't. This is where the Tibia Mariner is. Where? Right? Wait, where is? Oh, it's the. Oh, it's Estelle. It's good RNG. Ooh. Third tree favor +1. Has the rando been kind so far? Yeah, this run's been like kind of crazy. Explosive bolts from the painting. Estelle's riposte window is kind of broken. Yeah, you can get a lot of damage in. Some bosses have like insane riposte windows. It drives me crazy in Night Rain when like somebody staggers the magma worm, or like you stun the magma worm and then somebody instantly takes the riposte. Cause like you can do like double, like 2 charged R2s on his head before you need to take the riposte. I think he probably has one of like the longest windows that you can punish on. Or when Iron Eye completely ruins the riposte. God, that's so annoying when like, yeah, you stagger a boss and then somebody interrupts it with like an ult. You backstab this guy? 666. Chill, homie. So that's 1 cavalry, and then now we have what, one? We have 1 more night boss. We did the 2 cavalries, and then right, the BBH. Yeah, you can get the lightning spell. And the Ash of War that he uses. Oh. Honestly, it's okay. Torches aren't that bad. I mean, it's no Alabaster Lord Sword. You have to talk to the turtle for this, right? Man, it's crazy though. Like, I've actually played this game so much, but I still don't know how to, like, the most efficient way to make these bosses spawn.
Do you know how it came? Well, the shattering, it is here by the matter, and so the herb tree. Oh, you are free, I would, sir, if you find it, unless, in which case... You will, Lord Radigan. He came to thee soon repent. However, Radigan left, taking the time, the mystery as to why, and moreover, she is the great, sadly, and then, in now she the grim, you would do severing of, in a famed when he glimpsed, and as such, in a famed when he glimpsed, and as such.
I don't know if you need to talk to all of it or not, or go through all of it. Will you leave, man? What the heck? I don't get it.
In a famed when he glimpsed, and as such.
Lobster that turns into a grafted scion, that's considered a boss. I don't think that's a boss. Oh, the sleep proc. Counts as a boss? I mean, no, it doesn't have a boss health bar, so no, it doesn't count as a boss. Unless you're listening to some, like, random, like, info guide. A boss? What qualifies as a boss is an enemy with a health bar at the bottom of the screen. Now, for some reason, a lot of, like, when Elden Ring came out, there was a bunch of people who would constantly say, oh, there's 165 bosses, or oh, there's 230, or whatever the other number was. But like, I don't know why people are counting something as a boss if it doesn't have a boss health bar. It just doesn't really make sense. Like, yeah, it uses the model of the boss, but... Oh, right, we still have to do the Academy Cave. Alright, let's go do that. What statue's behind me? That is Pontiff. Elden Beast didn't have a boss health bar, it wouldn't count as a boss. Yeah. Yeah. But your hypothetical is ridiculous, because main story bosses that FromSoft deems relevant, have a boss health bar. They have scripting that, you know, makes them a boss. So there's no situation in which Elden Beast wouldn't have a boss health bar. Know what I'm saying? Every Miranda flower is a boss, yeah. Oh, guys, well, it's another boss! I don't really feel like there's much point in looting stuff. I mean, I guess we could try to find a better weapon. There isn't really that much. I mean, like, we already have a max upgrade weapon, so... it's a matter of finding something that's better than a torch. Isn't really much we need, though. Another cavalry. This is normally the Crystallian trio. Another sacred tier, dude. Yeah. Wait, is it a duo? Oh yeah, no, I think you're right. It's a Crystallian duo. The trio. Wait, is it? I don't know, man. The trio is the one in Caelid, right? I think this one is a duo. Yeah, there's scaling on for this. I mean, you can play without scaling if you desire. But with how strong enemies are in this game, it's... I mean, it would be doable, it's just it becomes way more dependent on RNG. Like, if you get a, I mean, it's like Dark Souls 3, but on steroids. Like, imagine getting Prime Consort Radahn in Limgrave, unscaled. Like, you're just not gonna kill him, and anything he does will one-shot you. Basically, just turns it into a no-hit run. And reset quickly. I mean, you say that, but like, if you're doing region locked and you have to kill every boss in the area before you can move on, then you're gonna have to fight it at some point. I mean, doing unscaled randomizer, if you're not doing permadeath, it would be fine. And yeah, the early game would just be ball-bustingly difficult, but then the late game would be like piss easy. So kind of how it is, I guess. I feel like we're past the point of DLC spoilers. Imagine missing that jump. Yeah, that would be kind of horrible. Why am I getting... Oh, it's the Talisman of Force. Posture breaks. Not like I can riposte anyway. Shouldn't he be invisible? The invisible one starts with like health missing, no? This whole run just an ad? I mean, yeah, we're sponsored for the whole stream, but I just, you know, I find it funny when people like complain because the sponsor is super chill. There's just like a meme picture that pops up every time I kill a boss, and I get to play Elden Ring. And meanwhile, you have like people out there taking gambling streams, like promoting gacha to like kids, and I'm just It's just funny, like, people complaining about... It's so silly. Got a great axe. I don't think this thing's very good, though. Plus 25 off the ground. Yeah, so the way that this randomizer works is that you just automatically get weapons. The weapons you pick up basically just scale to your max level. So because we had a plus 10 somber weapon, now everything we pick up will be max level. Just ignore them. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I give too much attention to like the negativity in chat, but I just, at the same time, it's like, I want to know, I want to know what... I always feel the need to, like, defend myself. You know? Have a good night, Durjan. Oh, yeah, we can put Lion's Claw. Oh my god, you're so smart. I think the Flame Art's gonna be our best. The Dan Giesling build. Oh my god, dude. I love Dan, but watching him fight Millennia was like, made me want to rip my hair out. I feel like his strat was literally just like spam L2 until the stars align. And he just somehow like... Stars did align. Yeah, I mean, it took like 3,000 attempts, but you know, he got it. It's Rick! And he's dead. Heyo. Oh wait, shoot. I needed to grab this Grace. Oh, that was funny, man. No, the KO is like image recognition software. So basically when like the enemy felled enemy slain appears on the screen, that's how it goes off. It's not really AI. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but like, I guess it depends what you consider AI to be. But I mean, this has been like a pretty common thing for a while. Like, for example, years ago, I think even like 4 or 5 years ago at this point, somebody made a program where you can basically put in, it's for speedrunning, you can put in like images of, you know, like loading screens or things like this, and, you know, it'll automatically split for you. It's basically an auto splitter that runs based on image recognition. rather than looking at the code. Flo? Flo, where'd you go? Oh, actually, I think... Oh, there she is. I think there's a cooldown maybe on the KO, so if I kill him too fast, maybe it doesn't... I think that might be potentially what's happening. Alright. Is there... What else is there? The Air Tree avatar. Hold on, let me open up the list. We're missing 7. Oh yeah, the Omen Killer. Grafted Scion. Oh wait, Grafted Scion. Oh crap. Alright, let's go do the Omen Killer, I guess. Yeah, I also want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, where you can get renters insurance to protect the things that make your place a home. You can learn more at progressive.com. Also type !progressive in the chat. Alright, let's go do the Omen Killer. Let's go. Dude, my PC is like heating up my room so much. I have the freaking window open and it's still hot in here. If I could skip one boss in the challenge, who would it be? I don't know, Jory maybe? I actually don't know what would be like what's the worst. Oh, why did I just rest here? It's fine. I don't think those guys from below are gonna come after me anyways. No, the secret medallion isn't here, but I think this is a key item check. So he could have something else. I mean, he could technically still have the normal medallion, I think.
I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me.
I assume this is a check, because it's a key item normally.
Wait. Well. Oh, we're finished. The curse, I beg you. You must keep...
Hey, Athlon. Easy clap. Ailment talisman? What is that? Resistance to the last ailment suffered. Okay. And then what else do we have? We've got 2 bosses in the Black Knife Catacombs, and then the Erd Tree Avatar, I guess. And then the Magma Worm. That's 4. The thing is, we don't have the... Oh, you know what? We need to go check the merchant down here. We need to check all the merchants. I guess maybe we'll go run to the Magma Worm. Crafted Scion. Yeah, well, we need the Academy key, or we need the key for that, though. Would it not be better if the smithing stones were locked by zone? Yeah. I mean, I feel like the randomizer definitely makes it almost easier in that regard, because it's this is kind of my issue with the Elden Ring rando a lot of the time. Is every time I've done the rando, I just get a max weapon up. I get a max weapon in Limgrave, and then I just run around and murder everything. Which, like, I guess that's fun, but it's just... You kind of, like, lose that sense of progression early on, and it just becomes a boss rush. Which is fine. This is what happens, like, every time I do rando in this game. I just get max weapons so fast. Oh yeah, when is the Game Awards, chat? Hey, Heisel, thank you for the 59 months. Thank you, man. Oh no, my sword! My lion's claw! Well, we could put lion's claw on this greatsword. Oh, this is the Drakeblood Greatsword moveset. It's a good one. I think the smithing stones are similar like normal game. Yeah. True. But I mean, I'm just doing the settings that everyone else is doing, man. Night Rain winning game of the year. Yeah, that ain't happening. I like Night Rain, but you're gonna get me started on a Night Rain rant again, dude. Night Rain just, dude. The game just had so much, it has so much potential. Like, imagine if there were actually maps from other games and weapons from other games and more than 2 bosses. Oh, jeez, that's heavy. Win best roguelike. Yeah, I could see that. But then again, there's also Hades 2, which, I mean, Hades 2 is, you know, a lot better. Hit. What the heck, man? My game is lagging. Age guard. And the randomizer weapons don't require any stats, and there's no reason to level them up. Well, there is a reason to level them up, because... I mean, basically the way it works is that your... weapons that you pick up will be scaled to your highest current level weapon in your inventory. So you don't just automatically get max level weapons. You don't just like, oh, I just started the game and now I have a plus 25 weapon. Like, you still need to upgrade one weapon to max in the first place before, you know, the other weapons are gonna spawn in like that. That makes sense. Oh, why did I pick that up? Oh, my giant crusher. Whoa! Pop Boy's got hands. Alright, I think 40 endurance should be enough for... Unless we get really unlucky and end up with some, like, insane combination of gear. 40 endurance should be enough for medium load on basically anything. What is it? What a battle. All right. Is there any other merchants? Oh, we need to check Pydia. He might have the key we need. Oh, I wonder what the heck's his name? Toph? Top? Is that his name? Yeah, we need Tops. Yeah, that guy. I am.
Why not? But please, a little.
All right.
Please.
Nothing useful. I'm trying to think, is there... Oh yeah, there's the Academy merchant, but we can't get to him because we don't have the Academy key. We did get the Karian study hall thing. Maybe we should go... Maybe we should go up the tower. I guess we can do Erdtree Avatar at least first. Because we need the Academy key, and then we also need the... What's the other... The blue key. Oh my god, my memory is so bad, man. We need the Waygate key, whatever they're called. The imbued sword key, right? People who watch this have houses and cars to insure. I don't know why it's so crazy for people. Like, what? If you play games, do you just, like, have nothing? Do you, like... Don't have a car? I mean, like... I mean, not to be, like, disrespectful or anything, but it's not like... I find that funny. I don't know. I feel like, if anything, there's like a lot of like surprisingly wealthy people on Twitch. I'm not talking about streamers, chat. Oh, it's that guy. Oh god. Savage Lion's Claw. Holy. Wealthy is relative anyways. Yeah, 100%. 100% in agreement. They tell me how many people have used my referral. I don't know. Not sure. You miss the long hair? I don't, to be honest. Misballed this. Up there. This lets you skip the invasion, by the way, chat. Super useful. Especially because this invader could end up being Leda or some nonsense. Silver Horn Tender. Well, that sucks. Alright, let's go. Go do the air tree avatar. We have the air tree avatar, the 2 bosses in the catacombs. Hold on, let me take a look at the list. Air tree avatar, the cemetery shade and the assassin, scion and burial watchdog. Wait, what is the... Oh, did I not finish this catacomb? There was like one that I didn't finish, I think, right? That was... I was like taking a lot. I think I got scared. Which one was it though? Was it this one? Can't get the list to work. Did you? Yeah, you click the injector, but... Oh yeah, okay, this is the right spot. You click the injector, but if you... Like, did you download the stuff from the paste bin for, like, the French challenge or whatever? Because you need to rename... You need to rename, like, the file to bosses.json in the data folder, I think. And the data in the data English US folder, you need to rename it to bosses.json. Or you might also need like a framework or something, I'm not sure. I don't know. And to punch his head. Ooh, Rykard's Great Rune. Wait, what is that? Wait, do they come at... Is that under keys? Oh, I have to activate it though, still, right? HP restore on kill. But it also gives max HP, no? It's not just HP on kill. Yeah, I wish Great Runes in this game were a bit more impactful. I guess we'll go to the tower here. Max HP is Morgoth's. Yeah, Morgoth's is like 30% max health or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever genuinely ever used Rykard's Great Rune. Like a single time. I pretty much just always use Godric's Great Rune because I mean it's like all you need. Dude, I gotta turn down the I gotta like crank my window wide open or something, dude. This is so hot in here. We expect this to be completed tonight. No. Been snowing all day. Where you are? Yeah, it's been it snowed a little bit here this morning. I don't think it's snowing anymore though. Alright, I feel like this area is gonna be kind of dangerous. Wait, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna open up the randomizer real quick. I wanna see. Okay, so key items can be bosses, vanilla locations of... Oh, wait. It says that... It doesn't say that merchant shops are item checks, but I could have sworn, didn't we get the Finger Slayer blade from a merchant? Like, I could have sworn I was able to buy this thing from a merchant, and that's definitely a key item, right? I mean, I don't know. I can show you guys. Like, this is the... Like, there's custom item placement, I guess, but... Not a key item. Okay. Well, I guess I assumed it was relevant because... Well, I guess we got the Tower Hall key, so we just ended up skipping needing... Like, we don't even need to do Ronnie's quest, because we have the statue. I guess the statue is the only relevant one. Unless the randomizer had logic to chain stuff together, where they made it so, like... Well, even then, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Alright. Hold on. I need to use the restroom chat, so I will be right back. But I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, offering round-the-clock coverage. You can learn more at progressive.com or by typing !progressive in the chat. I will be right back. Hopefully... I'm, like, scared when I go AFK that an enemy is gonna, like, run up and kill me or something. I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? We could actually pause the game, chat. I forgot we can do that. Wait. Did they? Wait, am I not remembering? Oh, here we go. You can actually pause the game if you go to menu explanation. I want to pause midair. How do I? Boom. All right. Isn't the fastest one hitting the map button? Yeah, but you can't open the map if you're in combat. Oh, you mean the map explanation button? Oh, maybe. I always did it in the inventory, but you might be right. But yeah, you can't open the map in combat, so. How many bosses? We have killed 52 bosses so far. So wait, is the item at the top of this tower even a key item check then, or am I wasting my time? You're not wasting your time if you're having fun. That's not what I mean. Did you know, chat? Totally useless information that none of you will ever take advantage of. But this interaction point to open the door actually exists before you flip the tower upside down. So technically, if you get to this exact location, you can go to the top without ever flipping the tower. Like, the prompt is there. For some reason, the prompt doesn't get, like, moved or anything. Hey, Trigger Happy, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, with like airwalking you can do it, I believe. But the problem is it's really hard to like lower your height enough. Oh, dude, we've got the Shaman Village music. RP walking. Oh man. I hope Duskbloods is good, chat. Got 2 pairs of pants. He's got all the pants. Extraction souls. Dude, I would actually be so down if FromSoft made an extraction game. I mean, maybe that's what Duskbloods is to an extent. What the hell would that be? I don't know, just imagine like... I don't know what it would be, but it could be very cool. Elden Ring, but it's dark and darker? Yeah, basically, something like that anyways. Well, all right, let's go down to the catacombs. I don't know. The key, the imbued sword key or the academy key has to be in this catacomb, I think. I mean, if it's not, I don't know where else to check. A separate region from Liurnia. Yeah, you're right. But regardless, I still need to kill Grafted Scion though, right? Because that's considered... I mean, I'm using like the specific overlay that they gave me, and it says Grafted Scion is part of this, so... Oh wait, we also still didn't fight the Erdtree Avatar. You're allowed to leave if you don't find the key. Oh, okay. Okay. When you do get it, you have to go back right away. I see, I see. How many stone sword keys do I have? 4? Oh. I don't think I'm gonna use that. Oh, you know what? We should, definitely gonna equip this shackle for the puzzles, though. All right, this is where the other one of the this. Oh. What are these slimes weak to? Fire? They're weak to damage. Ah. Of course. Thought she would miss with that, honestly. Dude, the posture damage is crazy. Magic shrouding tier. Okay. Nice. Why is it all animals down here? What happened here? Hey, Mr. Deer? Oh. Luckily this isn't Dark Souls 2 and you can get on ladders even if an enemy is blocking the way. What's up, Matt? Alright, what else do we got? My god, Gillica! With Radagon music. How have you not staggered yet? Wait, what? That was so many charge R2s. How was that not a stagger? Weird. I don't know. He has hyper armor during the transition. Is this Fia's chant? Yes, it is. There's a vendor that sells boiled crab. I need to... Oh, wait. No, that was a different run, wasn't it? Dude. need to be careful. Oh! I want to aggro that crab. Lionel is an absolute monster. Endure is really good though. I don't really use Endure very much, but it can definitely come in clutch. You missed the chest in the catacomb, but the chest isn't. I don't think the chest is a key item check anyways, right? Dude, we just got like was that 3 talismans from that boss? What the heck? Okay, so all we have left is the Scion, and we don't have the key, so... I think we need to go... I think it's time for Altus, chat. Do we take the medallion, or do we go the side route? What do you guys think? I'm not going to Caleb. We'll take the scenic route. I mean, we already killed the Magmorm, but... What's up, Spicy Spice? I'm pretty sure Altus is less scaled than Caelid. At least Dragon Barrow and Caelid is like super dangerous, I think. Caelid and Mount Gelmir are the same scaling, but Mount Hold on, let me actually check the list, because I think Mount Gelmir is considered a different area for the sake of this challenge. I haven't really taken a look at how Altus is split up. Just my assumption. Yeah, so capital outskirts. The BBH. So I guess the capital outskirts is also considered something else. That whole like area. I guess like after you go up the ramp. Wait, Onyx Lord? Oh yeah, so the scaling is like the number here, I think. These are like 8s. The one before the Divine Tower, yeah. I guess it's just, so... Oh, so I guess it's anything beyond this wall. I see. So I have to clear outside the wall first. Basically. But then... So does... So I guess the Wyndham Catacombs... Like, I don't know, are these part of Altus? Or part of... Oh my god, it is getting so hot in my room, dude. Holy crap. I don't know, my computer is just putting out so much heat, I guess. Ooh, that's a heavy shield. How do you, like, punish? Finger Maiden robe. You can just hit that guy. Yeah, I was just scared. Alright. I was scared. Yeah, you like that emote, Matt? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, thank you. Festive clothes. What does the helm do? Well, the previous one reduces your health by like a ton. It made me lose 300 HP. It's actually like so much. Pumpkinhead. Prime Consort Pumpkinhead. Be dead. Alright, well, I'm a little... Like, I don't have that much flasks left, but I don't want to run back through this area again. I'm hoping... we can just do this fight. Not too bad. I mean, Moog isn't that bad. We have bleed proc too. Is he gonna knee heal? No, he hasn't been doing... No, it's the sewer one. Dark Moon Ring. Nice. Okie dokie. That was good. Go to the unsightly catacombs. Yeah, we're about a fourth of the way through. I don't know how long we've been on this run already as well. Yeah, we did get most stuff from Ronnie's quest, that's true. If only there was a timer. Well, there is. We're at 5 hours in game time. So chat, I want to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance, giving you peace of mind with 24/7 renters protection. Learn more at progressive.com. Also click the panel below the stream. Joel Business. If you are that, if you get annoyed by me simply saying something, maybe you need a break from the computer, buddy. You need to go do some yoga or something, man. Is there a... Is it possible to do like a roll here and just... Like I think you can just drop... Easy. Even if I fell to the bottom, I don't think I would have died. It's the correct OSD, true. I always mess up that roll. I don't know what it is about dodging that attack, but it is so hard for me. Crucible Feather Talisman. That's okay. We can work with that. All right, we can go do... Drop some. Dragonfly Head. Is there a link to this mod? It's just the Elden Ring randomizer. It's like the first search result you'll see. This boss will disappear regardless, right? No matter which one it is. I see. Check the Frenzied Village and Weeping for key item. Actually, I think I missed that check. Though I'm not sure if the golden seeds and sacred tears even count as key items, like those locations. There's an option to make the golden seed and sacred tears a key item check, but I don't think it is with the randomizer settings for this challenge. Zamor Curve Sword. Zamor Ice Storm's really cool. Yeah, see here? So like when I turn this on, golden seed trees and sacred tear churches, but that's not listed as a check, so I don't think those are actually necessary. Alright, I'm gonna go take the deck disc lift. Be a little bit faster. Whatever is under the custom item placement. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, the only places you'll find key items is major key item locations, major bosses, and non-major bosses. So basically, you have to kill every boss in order to get everything. Well, not, I mean, potentially. Yeah, anybody can play it, as long as you have Elden Ring on PC. I mean, technically, if you had a jailbroken PS4, you could probably play Elden Ring Randomizer. But yeah, certainly not. Not the way I would want to do it. I think FromSoft can top Elden Ring. I hope so. And is this just like a color thing? Like, can I actually frostbite? Holy crap! Why is that doing so much damage? Is this move just broken? What? Dude, this thing's crazy. What? Okay. You know, I have like not used my physic at all. All right. We're going under. We're taking the cave route. Yeah, everything is auto-equipped. Spells, weapons, armor. Well, the only thing that's not auto-equipped is like items. Talismans, physics. Ooh. Gargoyle. Yeah, you can sell the equipment. It's not really worth much at this point. I don't really care too much. Honestly, like I'm not even leveling health for... I'm not even really leveling health for the bosses. It's more so just for the messed up situations where I'm gonna like... Sometimes you can get such bad like groups of enemies on you. Could be forced to play with the 2x damage talisman. Yep. Okay, I need to bait this guy away. I don't want those enemies to aggro me. I guess that does magic damage. No, you can't frostbite them. Yeah, if I get too much heavy equipment, I'm going to become fat. We have a great rune though. Wait, what great rune? We have Rykard and we have Radon's. Oh, that's the Kaled tower though. Yeah. We can go do the boss here. The shining thing in my room, that is Pontiff. Now that's some damage. Is this still a double boss? Alright, dude, chill. Enemies in the game to fight. It's like not even close. Crap. just BBH. Cheese this guy super easily. I just wish I had mana. Didn't pop up because the boss isn't dead yet. Nice. Ooh, Shard of Alexander. That's actually pretty good. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna end up keeping the sword, but that's pretty freaking good. A little bit more mana. This is the Zamor curved sword. Dude, what is that Oh my god, this sword is so bad. Or like, it's good, but the range makes me like sick. It scared me, dude. I didn't even know those guys had a grab attack, and it black flames you, or like, it does the freaking black knife effect. Jesus. Scary. This weapon art is so good, dude. Millennia's great run. Holy moly. We are just like flying through the bosses right now. Just don't loot anything else. Only 150 to go. 143, actually. Actually. Alright, guys. We are, We are at the end of the sponsored stream, so one last time I would like to say thanks to our sponsor, Progressive Insurance. The Name Your Price tool gives you options when it comes to rates and coverages. You can learn more at progressive.com. You can also click the panel below the stream or type !progressive in the chat. But yeah, that's we'll be switching back to our normal overlay now. Yeah, thank you so much, Progressive, for partnering with me for today's stream. And yeah, let's we can switch back to our normal setup here. And we've got one more Progressive stream that we're going to be doing later on. I think probably like next week, chat. So Flo will be back. Is there a way that I can make... Is there a way I can make this overlay a bit bigger? I'm not sure how to make it bigger. I did this once before, but I don't... Well, I remember, like, you can change the font size, but just changing the font size isn't enough. You need, like, a font file for the thing. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it right now. I think... Oh, actually, I think the font files are in... I think on Nexus Mods, when you download the mod... Oh, wait. I don't think I have the keys for this. I don't. I believe when you download the checklist overlay on Nexus Mods, there's another file you can download for the font. Yeah, no, that's not how it works though, Opie. Like, I know you're trying to help, but like, trust me, I've been there. It's not... Like, you need to... See? Not that simple. On the Nexus Mods page, there is an optional file called Font Pack for Non-Latin Languages. If you do not download these, no matter what you change the font to, it will not do anything. I ran into the same issue before. I'm not gonna worry. I'm not gonna worry about fixing it right now, though. Changed it to 50 in the font size. Well, what did you download the overlay from? Did you download it from Nexus Mods, or did you download it from like a streamer who uploaded their overlay or something, which probably already had the font data file in the folder? I know somebody just always wants to be like, well, actually, I did this and I did that. Well, it don't fucking work, man. Oh yeah, let me put the... Hold on. We do need the Progressive logo on the bottom right of the stream, though. There's a spirit spring, right? On the left, it covers the ruins. Yeah. Yeah. Should make your character look like Flo. I want to go see what boss is in the windmill village here. Well, it sounds like you need a trim, Mr. Bavarian. Does this mechanic actually... I don't want to find out. Hold on, let's try again, but I'm gonna go back. I want to try to get as much DPS as I can on him before he summons. Wait, don't I have magic? Oh no, I don't have magic cracked here. Yeah, it's just this boss has an insta-kill mechanic, chat. That's all. Kind of scary. I think we're fine though. This weapon art is cooking him. Every time, I don't actually know exactly how the fight works, but I believe, like, every time he goes invisible, if you don't kill his summons and he goes invisible, then he puts this, like, ring on you, and I think when you get 3 rings on you, you just instantly die. I don't know, it's weird. Is it 6? Oh, okay, I'm getting mixed up, but either way, it's scary. More HP! I mean, honestly, why wouldn't you? Like, if you don't have stat requirements for weapons, then there's no point in getting, like it's not like damage is an issue. Yeah, it was like an 8-hour sponsor. Please say KO. I'm sad. Oh wait, let me change my title. Dude, some people were complaining so much though. It's like, this is the worst sponsor I've ever seen. It's like, what do you mean, dude? Like, I'm just playing Elden Ring. Like, I get to play Elden Ring. It's not like I'm doing like Raid Shadow Legends or frickin' promoting fucking gambling. I don't know. Figures me, dude. Oh god. Wait, is that the Deathblight one? Oh god. Wait, does it not do Deathblight? Is he nerfed in the rando? He's flying? I love how the dude it's so stupid that there's like one tiny little part that goes through like that. Like there's I don't know if I actually wonder if it's like intentional design or if it's like a bug with the hitbox. Like one part of the breath just goes like diagonally back through him at the end. It's so annoying. You like have to jump. It's probably intentional, but who knows with FromSoft, honestly. Is Shaded Castle like its own area? It's so hard to read. Elimer of the Briar. Wait, no, that's the Shaded Castle. Okay, that's part of Altus still. Old Altus Tunnel, Wyndham Catacombs. Wyndham Ruins. Writhe Blood Ruins. Altus Tunnel. Rampart Side Path. Painted Heroes Grave. Okay. Alright, this makes sense, yeah. So, yeah. Anything that's like up in the mountains. But this is like below, so. I see, I see. Want the KO lady as an emote? Is he gonna do the AoE? Yeah, that could be. Oh, alright, goodbye. Thought he was gonna fall and die? Well, he did. Gotta change the font size on the I and I. I don't know, maybe he changed how it works then. All I know is I spent like an hour trying to get the stupid... to get the font bigger for this thing before, and the only thing that worked was the font pack, but... maybe it's been changed or something. I don't know. Any plans on finishing the challenge if I die? Just trying how it's going. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. We'll take it a day at a time. Oh my God. The turning on this weapon is so bad, I gotta say. It's just like if you're facing the wrong direction and then you turn around, the problem is like when you press, I guess you have to like instantly change the angle. Like if you start an attack facing the wrong way and then you turn around, it just moves you even further away. Better one-handed. Yeah, maybe. Will I play Where Winds Meet? I actually think I have a sponsor for that game. I think. Am I going the right way? Oh, well. Ruined Greatsword is pretty sick, to be fair, so. I will miss you, Zamor Curved Sword. Where is the actual lever for the... Environmental death? Kind of. It is so hot in my room. Like, this is like This is like sickening. I don't know what's going on if Larksa just has the fucking has it set to like 90 degrees or some shit. It is so fucking hot. It is, I swear it's like 80 fucking degrees in my room right now. Dude, I have my window fucking wide open, man. It's cold as fuck outside, and my room is still, like, so hot right now. I can feel sweat dripping down my leg as we speak. Crack a window. Were you listening? I just told you! My window's open! I'm gonna go do the Writhe Blood runes. Didn't even let him attack? Yeah, well, he's a fucking noob, dude. Shitty boss. It's not my problem. Oh my god, Tibia Mariner, our 69th boss. Silver Foulfoot. Come on, guys. Leave me alone. Thank you. But you know what? Let's go, Am I allowed to grab? Well, whatever. We're not actually grabbing anything. I'm just gonna light the grace here, because we're close by. Your precious flow is gone. She'll be back. We have one more progressive sponsor that we're doing. I think like next week sometime, probably next weekend. Yeah, technically we're going into Mount Gelmir, but I'm just grabbing this grace just to save myself time. Not actually looting anything, so whatever. I think I'm probably gonna call it a night here, chat. I want to go eat some food. We've been streaming for like 9 hours. It's been a long stream. We'll end on boss 69. We're about a third of the way through, I guess. Well, hard to say. I'd say we're making like, we're definitely getting through this pretty quickly. But all it takes is one death and we're back to the start, so. Tomorrow, chat? What do I have? So tomorrow I don't really think I have any plans, so we'll probably just continue. We'll probably just continue this run tomorrow, see if we can. I mean, I'm having fun. I at the very least, I'm gonna try to keep this run going until the end. If we die, I might. I don't know if I'll try another run right away or not. We'll see. But yeah, tomorrow we'll probably do some more Elden Ring, and maybe some like. We want to play We want to play RV There Yet with the lads. So I'm excited to try that game out as well.